voting processes suck. They stink. They're not transparent. If you have a Hall of Fame vote, I should know exactly who you voted for. Those two things I feel like are very obvious, and I agree with. I also think, despite me saying I would have voted Bill Belichick first ballot Hall of Famer, I think it's extremely disingenuous from everybody getting on their high horse in the last 12 to 16 hours about this whole deal to refuse to even acknowledge that, maybe, just maybe, there's some voters out there that don't believe the coach involved in the biggest football scandal in the 21st century should actually be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And if you're saying, well, that's not their decision to make, the hell it's not. They're a Hall of Fame voter. Now, if we find out that somebody voted no because a personal vendetta or Bill Belichick was mean to them, yeah, that's stupid. That's ridiculous. And that goes back to the Baseball Hall of Fame stuff as well. You let in guys because you like them and you didn't like somebody else. That's insane. If you didn't vote for Belichick because of what he did at North Carolina or hasn't done or his girlfriend, that's ridiculous.
Or because he's like kind of mean, like you said.
You should lose your vote. But if somebody voted no because of the 2 cheating scandals, I have no issue with their opinion in voting no. Can we at least acknowledge that? Everybody's just like brushing the cheating part aside as if it didn't exist.
I feel like it keeps getting discussed as if like a brush under the rug. Like, yeah, I know that cheating thing might be something, but listen here. They're leaving out the best coach of all time. I'm like, that little cheating thing. And look, this just applies to generally. If you think, and I do, right? So similar, this is so weird. Similar to you, I would and do think Bill Belichick is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay, so great. I think he should have been. Whatever.
Yeah.
But the hand-wringing, my pearls, from every single person, like this is the most egregious thing to ever happen in the history of sports, spare me. Spare me. The guy cheated. And I went back through all the documents last night, dead serious, to try to just make sure, because it's been so long, because it's been 20 years, I don't think people remember the scope. He got caught having recorded teams, sideline signals, offensively and defensively, for 10 years. And then his explanation was, oops, forgot the rules, totally didn't use them. Okay, so why are you taping them? Just to be clear, you're trying to convince me that you spent 10 years diligently taping teams to not use it? Then why did you waste the manpower, the resources, the people? Also, I just want to remind people, he got caught doing it multiple times. There was other accusations as a part of that people said that Tom Brady was getting calls after the 15-second time. They were using those signals to import him. They didn't prove that part. Fine. So, he wasn't busted on that, or at least it wasn't firmly proved. Maybe. They did destroy all the evidence, so I guess we'll never know what they actually had because the NFL covered up pretty quickly. So, they did it for 10 years. They got told to stop doing it. They kept doing it. They got punished a first-round pick to do it. And they turned over a bunch of tapes. This is another part of it that I think proves that they were cheating. They turned over
I don't even want to make this rehashing the scandal. That's not even the point here.
But in a weird way, I think you just need to remember it for a half a second. They turned over a bunch of tapes. They said, here's the tapes. Sorry we did it. We misunderstood the rules. And then later had to turn in more that they still had because they lied about that. So they lied and they cheated. So do I think it's egregious that some voters would say, hey, man, that guy can get in, but it's got to be later. Because I don't care if he's the most decorated guy ever. He's also the biggest cheater ever. And I'm probably going to hold that one against him. Fine. I'd have voted him in, all that other stuff. But the hand-wringing it's a lot for me. It's a lot.
Yeah, and this is, people are already texting in, and we'll get to a couple of them, including one that says, so you guys are saying that, will voters have the same energy with Brady? Your logic is Tom Brady can't be first ballot either. Let me be clear again. Cody and I didn't say Bill Belichick can't be first ballot.
I voted him in.
If I had a vote, Bill Belichick would be first ballot. We are simply saying that somebody, if they voted no because of the cheating, why are we acting like that's the most asinine thing possible? If somebody doesn't want to vote Tom Brady next year, whenever he's eligible, whatever it is, next year, I think, right? Whenever it is. If they don't want to vote him first ballot Hall of Fame, I will disagree with that. But if they said it was because of Deflategate, I would say, okay, well, that's their right. If we find out it's because he was mean to them, then that's ridiculous. Goes to the baseball thing. Barry Bonds
is the single greatest baseball player
should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame. It is insane he's not. to me, Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. It is insane he is not. And we have talked about the Baseball Hall of Fame voting process. It's not transparent. There are players like David Ortiz who they'll vote in because he's likable, and there's others because he was a jerk.
And baseball's got this morality clause, so they can just hang their hat on that or whatever.
And it's the dumbest thing. So we agree on the process. But I do not think it is crazy for somebody to consider the cheating allegations if that was their choice and why they did not vote for Bill Belichick to be first ballot.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a is the first ballot thing something that is on your plaque? Like is it on, you know, the is it on the bus? Because I think the first ballot thing is something that we create where it means more, where 50 years from now, people are going to remember Bill Belichick for obviously being a great coach, but when we've all come and gone, and people look back at NFL history, he will be a Hall of Famer. He will have the gold jacket, and it'll be just the same as anybody else who was first ballot. I think we're not taking away the record, obviously, with what he did and all these other things. It's just, and I agree with you guys. I'm in the same stance.
What? We all agree? This cannot be good. Someone's got to be wrong.
I would have voted him in because it feels wrong, or it feels weird not to. But if you want to say, well, you know what, the whole Spygate thing, and it's the biggest scandal, I'm all right with that.
So am I. Now, with this said, we have to acknowledge Bill Polian and how ridiculous he is still in this entire thing. It's one thing if you want to be the one person that is voting no because of cheating. Okay, fine, you do you. But I also don't think you should go and be advocating, which is what is alleged Bill Polian was doing, advocating for people to not vote him in because of that. Yeah. Now, then Bill Polian was interviewed by ESPN last night, and this is where it's like, dude, you're either the worst liar on earth or you showed that you aren't mentally there and should not be voting. And here is the Bill Polian part. In an interview with ESPN on Tuesday night, Bill Polian denied telling fellow voters that Belichick should serve a one-year penance for Spygate, but he said he heard his fellow voters float that idea. He insisted he didn't agree or disagree with the proposal. Polian said he voted for Kraft and even spoke up on his behalf during the deliberations, saying Bob Kraft had no knowledge of the Spygate scheme. Polian added he could not remember with 100% certainty if he voted for Belichick, saying he was 95% sure he voted for the coach and a player, most likely L.C. Greenwood. I was shocked to learn Bill didn't get in, Polian said. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. This guy's the worst liar. He doesn't remember a vote from 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, you don't remember who you voted for?
It's a real shame because the truth is, the way he did this is so lame because had he just taken the all-time haters approach, the 50 Cent approach, I actually respected it, Drew. If he had just come on there and been like, screw that guy, I'm a Colts guy, he's a cheater, nah, he shouldn't be in. But he took the coward's way out. That's no good. Oops. So, because it's one of two things.
I think there would have been more respect maybe if he did that too.
You're so old and can't even remember 2 weeks ago that your ass needs to get off the Hall of Fame voting committee. Can't even remember what you had for breakfast. And it's just like, you know, a senator being 90 years old. Get your ass out, right? It's one of those two. Or you're just a coward and you don't want to admit it.
I think
if you don't want to admit it, if you were just a hater, I'd actually respect it. If you're just an old-time hater, cool.
Yeah.
I get it. I really do. But he took the coward.
It absolutely is the Colts being butthurt sort of take and stance as to why.
Although you guys did say, in fairness, you guys did say just a week ago you love the pettiness of Baker Mayfield towards Kevin Stefanski.
That's what I said. If he just admitted he was a hater, he half measured it.
Yeah.
You're saying if Polian would have been 10 toes down in his stance.
He's a terrible liar. He's a terrible liar.
If he came out and he said, nah, man, guy's a cheater. Go Colts. I'd have been like, yeah, all-time hater move. You know what? Respect it. But he didn't. He's like, oopsie, old man brain can't remember. That's no good. I can't defend that behavior.
Yes, I disagree. So the text line from the 816 says you can't have two sides. Put the baseball players in or leave out the football cheaters.
I'm saying we'd put them all in.
Yeah, let me be clear.
I agree.
We are in agreement. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
Last week when we were talking about the Baseball Hall of Fame, I think every single person that used steroids should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I think there should be a wing that has the steroid era because it's a story. It's supposed to tell the story of baseball. I think there should be a wing where all the steroid users are at, but they should all be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I also think Bill Belichick should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. My whole thing today is the reaction as if it's just the most crazy thing ever that someone would not want to vote him in for 1 year because he cheated that's not a terrible philosophy to not vote somebody in year one. That's all I'm saying. And everybody's acting like that is crazy if there was a single voter out there that said that's not why.
It is.
But also, baseball voters that don't vote somebody in because they don't like them, that's ridiculous. You should lose your vote. If there's a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter that didn't vote Belichick in because he was an a-hole, that also means you should not have a vote anymore.
I'm just saying you can't say that the cheating shouldn't matter for Belichick. And yeah, I agree. If you are saying the cheating shouldn't matter, then you need Bonds and everybody else. You and I actually agree on that. I would put in all of those people. So, like, it's not a problem for me, right? I would put in Bonds. I would put in Clemens. I don't even care if it needs an explanation. But I'm just telling you right now, if you go through and you actually look up the single biggest cheating scandals in NFL history, Deflategate is number one in the history of the league. It is the single biggest cheating scandal. So, like one of the 5 biggest, and look, you want to make the argument for Peyton, because Bountygate, by the way, happens to be one of the bigger scandals in the NFL's history. If you look up any list, any grouping of things, it is one of the single biggest things to happen in the sport. He cheated. He got punished for cheating. And look, the NFL did not help him in a way by erasing, or did. Like, that's the problem. They erased all the evidence. We don't know how much they had. There are reports that say they had aisles and aisles and aisles and aisles of these things that they had been cultivating over years and years and years and years. So, like, I gotta say, like, it's like, it's not that hard to get there. It's just weird, Gold, because you and I both agreed that if we were sitting in that room and we were voting, we'd have just voted Bill Belichick in. He's obviously the most accomplished coach in NFL history. He is a part of a cheating scandal. I'd just put him in. But I think it's being brushed. My biggest issue is that the way I see former NFL players having a meltdown over this, none of them, or NFL coaches, like Jimmy Johnson Jimmy Johnson is going through it. I mean, I'm assuming you guys have seen all the posts he's made.
I haven't seen the Jimmy Johnson one.
Oh man,
I saw his name pop up. I haven't looked at.
He's probably posted about it 40 times, man. I would bet that if the Hall of Fame votes were public, very few of these a-holes, he put the full word, that did not vote for Bill Belichick would come forward. Already some lying about their vote.
By the way, same thing applies. Sean Payton, right? Sean Payton eventually is probably going to be a Hall of Fame head coach. He's now with the Broncos, of course, won a Super Bowl with the Saints. We all know he was attached to Bountygate. If you tell me, fast forward, let's say Sean Payton coaches another 9 years, I don't know, whatever. Let's say 10 years from now, Sean Payton is on the ballot. First ballot or not. If there's somebody that wants to not vote him first ballot because he was involved in Bountygate, I have no issue. I don't know why. Like, people are acting like you have to be one way or the other. You either have to say, well, he's in, it doesn't matter about cheating, or he's not in. And I disagree with that. I actually do think there's something to be said for being a first ballot Hall of Famer. And if there are certain people that don't want to vote for somebody for that first year, not a personal vendetta, but because of cheating or Bountygate, I don't know why we're acting like this is like the most ridiculous thing.
Well, and you and I have just gone back and forth because people are like, there's no morality clause.
This is on the field,
incels on the internet.
This is on the field, though. This is not whether or not he's a bad person off the field.
It's actively on the field. Someone on social media early tried to tell Gold, well, then I guess anybody who's ever committed a holding penalty shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. And you're like, sir, are you an idiot? Like, are you just the dumbest person who's ever walked this planet? Can we not use some of this? And some of this goes back to the same stuff, which is in a world in which there are actual atrocities all the time, like active atrocities. Do we need to make it seem like that Bill Belichick having to wait 1 calendar year to get a gold jacket is maybe not the single greatest injustice the NFL has ever done? The NFL has been protecting abusers and mercs for years. What? Oh, yeah, but I got to pretend like this is the single worst thing that anyone's ever done in the league? It'll be fine. In a year, he'll be in the Hall of Fame, and it's fine. But again, I don't think it's crazy, Gold, as you point out, that somebody choose. Maybe we wouldn't have. You and I wouldn't have. We would have put him in. But do I think, and this is the process, so if anybody doesn't know the NFL Hall of Fame voting process, it's essentially like a giant argument. People sit in a room and they talk about whether they'd be in there. Famously, Therese Paylor had to advocate for Terrell Owens to get into the Hall of Fame. He had to sit in that room and like fought and clawed and scratched to get Owens, who, by the way, should have been a Hall of Famer anyway.
100%. Totally.
I don't remember the uproar then over him not being a Hall of Famer, and they have to debate over it. when they were having the debate over Bill Belichick, I actually think it would be irresponsible to not bring up Spygate. That is a part of what he did.
Yeah, 913-586-7965. This is we're going to talk about this throughout the show today, and Ross Tucker's going to join us in 12 minutes. I knew that we are in the minority opinion on this based on social media reaction yesterday. Yeah. But someone's saying, what does it prove by keeping him out a year? I don't even understand the punishment. Again, I would have voted him in. I don't even know if it's not the entire body that is trying to punish him. If I'm saying, I don't know why, maybe I'm doing a bad job of explaining it. I don't know why it is hard to understand that you can, on one hand, agree that you would have voted him as a first ballot Hall of Famer while also understanding while a voter, or in this case, maybe as many as 11 voters, had an issue with the cheating. Why does it have to be black or white on this? Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can it not be that you can acknowledge that he should be one, but also understand why some would have a problem with the cheating?
Why that would be, because I don't know. I just I hope you keep the same energy for anybody not in the Baseball Hall of Fame or all these other people who have been out for a variety of reasons.
Along with all the other stuff, I don't know if I necessarily consider, you're not punished. I don't know if it's a punishment more of us. It's just the reasoning, there's been plenty of first ballot people, not coaches, but you look at also Bill Belichick's tenure after Tom Brady, and that was one of the big questions as well. Was it Tom or was it Bill? Maybe
but it doesn't really matter because he was a coach and they won them all.
I know, I understand that, but I don't know if that's part of the explanation either that we're also looking into is we're also finding out that Tom might have had more to do with what happened than not, and the fact that we've never had a coach be first ballot. Why should it be Bill Belichick just because he has the most Super Bowl wins when we know what he was without the quarterback and when we know he was with the cheating?
Yeah, I would just say, a couple people have mentioned on the text line, I don't get the one you're not voting. What does that prove, or does it all? Clearly, it means a lot because everybody's freaking out about it. If you're going to tell me that what does it matter if he's first ballot or not? Then if you're going to vote him in anyway, then just vote him in now. If that's your stance, I would argue that isn't that the point? Clearly, it does matter. So for some people, it is that big of an honor that they don't think that the guy involved in the biggest NFL cheating scandal in this century should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. That is clearly something that people hold in high regard.
Otherwise, because everybody would be throwing a fit publicly over it.
But nobody would be freaking out. If it wasn't a big deal to be first ballot Hall of Famer versus just a Hall of Famer, then the national media wouldn't be freaking out the way they are today. Right? Doesn't that prove that it is a significant difference?
In a weird way, can I make an argument for why the votes don't need to be public? So everybody does this hey, make your votes public. You coward.
Uh-huh.
I don't want people voting for something just because they're worried about what someone will think about them publicly. I want them voting with their actual opinion. I don't want the public pressure of, well, they're going to think I'm an idiot if I don't vote Bill Belichick in.
Even though you don't feel that way.
I don't think shame should have anything to do with the way you vote. You should vote honestly. Now, I know the other argument is they're not voting honestly because they don't have to face all the criticism.
Yes.
I understand that there's a double-edged sword of that, but it goes the other way too.
I also think
I just don't care. So I can ring the bell in Game of Thrones and just sell shame at them?
If this was take any other coach. If this was if this was any other coach other than Bill Belichick, take the resume out of it. If it was Andy Reid, is Andy Reid is he for if Andy we know Andy Reid cheated. If they did not have the most rings, are they even considered to be first ballot? If Andy Reid cheated and he only has 3 rings or whatever, is he still first? Because I think a lot of this is people can't get over the fact that he has the most rings, more than anybody else, is up there in the wins and all that other stuff, where I think if it was literally any other coach, I think people would be completely fine with the coach not being first ballot, and they would be okay with the reasoning of, well, they cheated.
Because I think he's
if it was anybody else.
Again, I think Bill Belichick is the greatest coach in NFL history, and someone will be like, well, then how the hell is he not first ballot? And I'm telling you, I would vote him first ballot, but also the cheating part has to be part of him being part of his legacy is still also
part of the story.
Cheating. And to your point about the voting and the whole point of having a committee. Now, I have an issue with their voting process. I actually think 50 people that are involved in it. I don't know why 50 is the number, but if the take today is just, well, everybody else agrees, nobody else agrees with you, and so you guys must be idiots. Isn't the whole point of the committee that it's not supposed to be groupthink? Isn't that the end? Otherwise, we wouldn't have a committee. If it was just like perception of how we, like overall perception, well, then we wouldn't even need a committee. Like,
be the hive mind from Pluribus.
It just sounds like, well, Bill Belichick, yeah, sure, whatever. Or Andy Reid, sure, whatever. Then the whole point, whether it's Hall of Fame, whether it's any other committee, if you're on a committee to give an award to some charity, like a grant, there's a committee that decides we're going to allocate $50,000 for this. There's a committee for a reason, right? Differing opinions, people approach it from a different. For some people, the cheating doesn't matter, and that's fine. Like a lot of you listening, it doesn't matter. That's cool. But for some people, clearly on the Hall of Fame committee, it did. So that's why we have a committee. And in this case, it resulted in Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
It's like, I guess that part of the process doesn't bother me. I want that. Like in anything that votes for something like that, a varied opinion is important. Like differing perspectives. That's why like a Hall of Fame committee should have members of the media, former players, former GMs, like people from different backgrounds and ethnicities and genders. And yeah, fine. Like, let's get a varied opinion on the matter. I don't think that that's all that crazy to me. But again, it's like, you want to make it public so you can shame people every time. That's fine. I don't really care. For the same reason I said that like refs should have to, we make athletes talk after, we don't make refs explain stuff. Right? They don't have to sit there.
There's a running list right now.
I know. I
think it's a writer from The Guardian, Ollie Connolly. He has an Excel spreadsheet of the list of Hall of Fame voters who have confirmed publicly that they voted for Belichick. The no camp is also people that haven't spoken publicly. So just because some of these people are listed as no does not mean they voted no. But there's plenty that have said yes. We've had we've played the cut from Gary Myers before. Like he's a yes on here. I know locally, if you're wondering, so Vahe Gregorian of the Kansas City Star is the Kansas City representative for the Hall of Fame committee. He's listed as no, but that does not mean he voted no. We don't know. We don't know yet. But there's a whole list, and people are making a running list. I guess the reaction to it has just been a little funny to me.
But this is the.
It sounds like people are spiraling because.
Yeah, but this is the opinion based thing versus like metrics or anything else. Like Gary Myers, you mentioned, who obviously is an East Coast guy and wrote a book about Belichick. Oh, he voted for Belichick? No, or maybe he wrote about the Giants thing. He came on this station and tried to say that the Chiefs weren't a dynasty. So everybody can have a dumb opinion. He had one 2 weeks ago.
And I think for some people,
a month ago on the station when he went on Fesco in the morning and said, I don't know if the Chiefs are a real dynasty. So like, I mean, people can have bad opinions, but it is funny to see somebody put together this entire list.
I know we got to get to a break, but for some people, I think to your point, Cody, is that some people are more willing to look past things because of what they did legacy-wise, or if they knew them, all of those other things. And other people, for whoever voted no to him being a first ballot, evidently they thought that it was enough to justify him not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Not that he shouldn't get in, but that he didn't deserve to get in first ballot.
Now, I do agree that no matter whatever stance you have on this, whether it's the biggest, whether it's something you should be outraged about or not, whatever, the Hall of Fame at this point, though, this is now, unfortunately, for anybody else that does get voted in this class, which is not supposed to be announced until next week anyway, by the way, it will overshadow. Like, that part does suck. I will agree with that. It stinks
for those players.
It is going to stink for people that get inducted this year because the bigger story for a lot of people is going to be the fact that Bill Belichick was not first ballot Hall of Famer. But I know in today's we're having a little bit of nuance to the conversation sometimes doesn't make sense for everybody at this point. But we'll ask Ross Tucker about it. He just texted me. He said, the later the better. So we call him maybe a few minutes later than normal. But Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, is going to join us. He was coached by Bill Belichick. So I certainly want to get his stance on this. We'll also discuss the Cleveland Browns have a new head coach, Todd Monken. Todd Monken is the new head coach of the Browns. We'll talk about that a little bit next as well here on Cody and Gold.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Football's biggest game is right around the corner, like 10 days away, and Underdog is the right place to make those entries on the Missouri side. If you're not an Underdog yet, Great news. You're in luck because new customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Playing an Underdog is easy. Just head to the app, make the entries. Players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, and more. Get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, new promos dropping daily in the app, so it's like making entries and winning money. Then Underdog is the place to be for the big game. Plus, tons of ways to make those entries. Drafts, ladders, streaks, pick'ems, and champions. Minimum 2 players from opposing teams, deal reveals, and so much more. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code TAPP. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing good terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
When the weather gets cold and you don't feel like getting out, nothing warms you up like Smokehouse Barbecue. From burnt ends to hickory pit beans and everything in between, Smokehouse Barbecue hits the spot every time. And the best part is you don't even have to leave the house. Smokehouse Barbecue can deliver right to your door or have it hot and ready for easy pickup. So visit one of their 3 locations in Independence, Gladstone, or Zona Rosa, or order online at smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Call Hamilton today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions.
License number 2025-11121.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
Oh! There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Visit AnthonyPHC.com today.
Plumbing problem? Anthony makes repairs simple and stress-free. Right now, save $75 on any plumbing repair. Schedule today at AnthonyPHCE.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500.
Mike's got this.
All right, just getting started here on a Wednesday. Want to continue not only discussing Super Bowl that's coming up next week, also the Browns hiring Todd Monken as their head coach, but the biggest story in sports of the last 12, 16 hours or whatever it is at this point in time, Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Famer. And to talk more about this, a great guest to have on, as he was coached by Bill Belichick during his NFL career. Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker NFL podcast. You guys follow him if you don't already, at Ross Tucker NFL on all the social media channels. And as you told us last week, Valentine's Day right around the corner, and everybody's maybe trying to think about that perfect gift.
Well, listen, it's the Super Bowl of love, and I don't care what she says. It matters. It's like on some level an indicator of what kind of significant other you are, how much you care about her. So I know most people just do like go out to dinner or maybe get them flowers. Blow her away this year. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You can either talk to a writer for 10 minutes or just fill out a quick email. They write this incredible story. It's framed with pictures of you and her. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper, like the KC Star. And when she's opening it, I've seen dozens of videos now. As she's opening it, has no idea what it is. Make sure you say, honey, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. Like, that sounds so amazing. She's like, well, she'll be like, wait, what? What do you mean you had a story written about me? Then when she actually reads it in print with quotes from you, maybe the kids, whatever, saying, I never thank her enough for all the little things she does. Wouldn't be who I am without her. They cry every time. I'm telling you, Alex, they cry every time. It is so money, it's not even funny. I like to say, she will cry, you will win. myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory.com. If you go right now, they have a 20% discount. So just throw your email address in at myfrontpagestory.com.
Perfect way to get ahead of the Valentine's Day, which is just a couple weeks away. Now, Ross, we were discussing to start the show today, of course, Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I don't know if we're on the same page. You obviously have a very good perspective on this as someone that was coached by him and has been talking to coaches for many, many years as a player and as a broadcaster as well. For me, it is, look, I think he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I also think the Hall of Fame voting process, whether it's football or baseball, is a joke. It should be more transparent. All that I agree with. However, I find the reaction to him not getting in almost comical at this point in time from some of the media. Like the idea that we can't even acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, there are some people, because of cheating, that did not want to vote him in year one.
I think everything you just said is fair. I agree with everything you just said. Now, the transparency thing is interesting because people are almost religious about how much they love their favorite players ever for their favorite teams. So look at like the 15 modern era finalists, right? Even if you pick 5 other guys who are very deserving, I'm just telling you, the fans of the other 10 guys that don't get in, if it was public and transparent, they would be nonstop roasting you and saying, social media, like I've seen it. So I can see the concern about releasing everybody's votes. I get that part of it. Probably still would be better if they did, but I understand that part of it. I also did some digging on this because it was such a big topic last night, and I wanted to be able to speak intelligently about it on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast and here, and everywhere, right? So a couple things need to be noted from the people I spoke to, including some Hall of Fame voters. The process is a little bit strange in that you get it down to 15 finalists for the modern era candidates who have all last played within 15 years, blah, blah, blah. They're in a whole separate category. Then there's a category where they put 3 categories together. One is coach, 1 contributor, and then 3 of the seniors committee candidates, which this year is Kenny Anderson, L.C. Greenwood, and Roger Craig. You can only vote for 3 out of those 5. And so, some of these voters take it really seriously. And they've been trying to get Kenny Anderson into the Hall of Fame for like decades, or L.C. Greenwood. So they're voting for that guy. And then they might even sit there and think, well, Belichick's going to get in, so I'm not going to waste my vote on him. He's definitely getting in. And then they want to use their vote on someone else. Now, we all know the way Belichick was, and the reality is how you treat people in life matters. And I'm quite sure some of the people didn't vote for him, probably didn't vote for him because he was a jerk to them, and they didn't like it. And this is their way to get back at him. I think some of them, probably at least a couple, want to make him wait a year because of the 2 cheating scandals. I mean, everybody has their own reason. Somebody even did point out that in 11 years as a head coach in the NFL, without Tom Brady as his quarterback, he won 1 playoff game. So I thought that was interesting. I mean, everybody, I think, agrees he's a Hall of Famer, and I think he's pretty clearly deserving of being on the first ballot. But those were some of the things I heard. So you combine all those things I just mentioned, and somehow you get 11 people not putting him down as one of their 3 votes.
This might be a question later for him, obviously, when you get there. How much do you think the legacy stuff matters to Belichick? Like, do you think he'd be deeply hurt by not being in the first ballot, knowing that he will eventually be in the Hall of Fame?
I would say I'm not aware of a human being on planet Earth that cares more about their legacy and the Pro Football Hall of Fame and how they're perceived for decades to come than Bill Belichick.
Okay, so this is a big deal for him personally.
You ever notice how every single year when they won the Super Bowl, it just so happens the NFL Films cameras were there all year?
Yeah.
He understands the history of the game, and he understands the NFL film stuff lives on in posterity. He cares a lot about it, which is one reason why he's been trying so hard to be a head coach again in the NFL, is because I think he wanted to break Don Shula's record. I think that really, really mattered to him. I think he now knows that that's not going to happen, but he certainly wanted it to. He certainly wanted to break it because he wanted that record. He wants all the records. He wants everything. So he's probably very disappointed by this. However, it's kind of made him into a martyr, It's kind of made him like a sympathetic figure, and he's going to get in next year anyway. So on some level, he benefits from it.
What do you think this does for like Tom Brady? Because of all this backlash, they're all just going to put Brady in anyway, right? Because he was a part of those scandals, not the same way, not the Spygate one as much. And I thought Deflategate was, honestly, way overblown. Spygate, I think that's a real cheating, and I think that's a real problem. Deflategate, I move on from that, I guess. I don't really care. But what do you think this does for Tom Brady when he eventually gets up?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they just put him in on first ballot, don't even discuss it, because it's a different process. The process is 5 players, and they won't even waste time talking about it. I mean, especially with the Super Bowl in Tampa, I'd be surprised if the conversation around Tom Brady was even 2 minutes long, because it's different.
Yeah.
It's not like comparing Brady to coaches or to other contributors. It's comparing Brady to other players, and they're not going to vote in other players that clearly are not to Tom Brady's standing. And by the way, now that they've done this with Belichick, now they're really not going to stiff Brady.
I agree. No, I totally agree. We're talking to Ross Tucker here on 96.5, the Fan, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, at Ross Tucker NFL on social. We got news this morning that the Cleveland Browns have finally found someone willing to take their head coaching gig. Todd Monken going to be the head coach there. It sounds like Jim Schwartz is going to stay on as the defensive coordinator. Your reaction to the last week of that search, the reports about guys stepping away from their interests there due to ownership perhaps in the process, and then now it's Todd Monken who gets an opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL.
I'm thrilled for him. I think he's a great dude. I think he's an awesome football coach. I mean, they won the 2 national championships at Georgia. So we had Stetson Bennett out there doing his thing. Not like Stetson Bennett, some unbelievable NFL player. Then he goes to Baltimore, and immediately, they're 14-2 or whatever, and Lamar wins the MVP, and they tear the league up, and it's the best we've ever seen Lamar throw the ball. Might have even been better, in 2024. Obviously, this year was a little bit different. I mean, I think he's a really good coach, and I'm really glad he's getting this opportunity. I think he's deserving of it. I think he'll do well with it. It's not a sexy hire because maybe he doesn't have a good enough agent. I don't know. He's not one of the hot names or whatever. I think he's just a darn good football coach, an awesome dude. I think he'll do a good job.
I mean, obviously, because they've got no quarterback, they're in a tough spot anyway. Because they're not going to go Sanders next year, are they? They're just going to go back to the draft?
No, they'll bring in somebody else to compete with Shador.
Some random
and
vet.
then they'll bring in some veteran, Mac Jones or whatever. I don't know, maybe even like a Kyler Murray. I don't know. They'll bring somebody in, but also say that guy has to compete with Shador and let whoever's the better person play. And I bet you Monken will get whoever it is to play better than they ever have.
Because Monken's no longer going to be the OC in New York, where he was expected to go follow Harbaugh. You think that's a landing spot for Matt Nagy? We found it interesting that people haven't been banging down the door to have him be the OC, even though half the jobs are open in the league. And we still feel like he's got to find an actual place to succeed. Maybe Philadelphia's on the table. They can't get anybody who wants to take that job either. But like New York feels like, I can't imagine a better spot if I were Nagy to just look good immediately. Neighbors back, Scattaboo, Dart, I can make that look good.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means. Like in Philly, can't find someone to take that job. Have they offered it to anybody?
Yeah, I guess, but it just seems like everyone keeps pulling their name from it. It's a bit awkward.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That is like me. That's like me saying I'm running for president, and then a week later saying, you know what, I'm gonna pull my name out. You know why? Because I have no chance of getting elected. If they didn't want the job, those guys wouldn't have interviewed in the first place. Most of them have their agent say, "Yo, you're not going to get this. You should pull out. You should withdraw your name." That part of it's comical to me.
Do you think that's a hard job? I guess, is it a hard job to look good in?
It is definitely a hard job, but I think the benefits could be significant. Other guys will tell you, what a hard job is? Coaching bad players.
That's way harder.
I mean, if you're in Philly, you're coaching good players. Now, are the expectations and the standards really high? Yeah. Is it a unforgiving local media and fan base? Yeah. However, if you go in there, they were not very good on offense last year. So if you get them to be better on offense this year, you're going to get all the credit for it because it's going to be pretty much the same players, and you're going to get all the credit for it, and they'll probably be really good again, and you'll be set up to be a head coach like Shane Steichen or Kellen Moore or whoever.
We're talking to Ross Tucker here on 96.5 The Fan. I know next week we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Super Bowl, but now that we know it's going to be Patriots with Drake May taking on Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, what did you make of what we saw from both teams last week? Because, Sam Darnold answered any questions that were still out there about him. I mean, it wasn't just the defense carrying him in that performance. Sam Darnold had a career day and got it done.
So I'm thrilled for Sam Darnold. He's a fellow member of the 5-team club with me. It's a very, very esteemed class. And so, to be on your 5th team and finally win a playoff game, and then now you're going to the Super Bowl, he played awesome, too. It wasn't like he was just along for the ride. He played awesome. They needed him to play awesome to win the game. Their defense couldn't slow down Stafford. Everything about it's terrific. I'm thrilled for him. I think they have the best team. I think they deserve to win it. It's an incredible, incredible story. because I don't think anybody would have expected this at all before the year from either one of these teams. It kind of makes it cool.
It is kind of like, in a lot of ways, it's like I find it interesting because it's one of the better stories maybe in NFL history, because it's like you follow his career. It's not just that it went bad in New York. It's that he was just like backing up in Carolina and backing it. Like, I mean, he didn't get a starting jump to Minnesota, and he did great there, and even they didn't want him. Like, it's just kind of funky to look it through and then see him in the Super Bowl. Plus, I don't know, like, this is just the normal fandom stuff, Ross, that maybe you've avoided because you played. But it's like, Patriots had success recently enough. I can't root for them in this game.
1,000%. Oh, no, I totally get that. I don't want the Patriots to win because they're fans. They're annoying, like, and I played up there, I mean, I'd be thrilled for Vrabel and some of the guys I know on the team and some of the assistant coaches, but I don't know. Just feels like the Seattle fans are a nicer group, and they've had to wait longer to be good again than the Patriots, who just came off that incredible run. I don't know, even things out for the whole Malcolm Butler play.
No kidding. Yeah, we're gonna. How many times next week? I'm assuming you're going to Radio Row next week. We won't be out there for obvious reasons, but I'm guessing the Malcolm Butler. They should have him doing interviews all week long. That'd be great.
Oh, I'm sure he will be. I'm sure we're going to see that play a zillion times next week.
Ross, one more time for Valentine's Day, myfrontpagestory.com.
Myfrontpagestory.com. Highly, highly recommend it. At least go right now and throw your email address in so you get the 20% discount by email at myfrontpagestory.com. I promise I would not steer you guys wrong with either football expertise or Valentine gift ideas.
You got it. We love having Ross Tucker on the show. Ross Tucker Football Podcast at Ross Tucker NFL on social, and always good stuff. Good perspective from him. And so I think he's right on the part about the Philadelphia offensive coordinator thing. It is true. As much as we give Philadelphia a hard time, like nobody wants the job, it is. If you see somebody interview and they're like, they pulled their name out, and a lot of times it is like, nobody wants to get embarrassed that they didn't want you. No. I didn't want the job. We see this happen in college football all the time. Like, did you interview? No, he never. We never. That's why you have leaks about who interviewed, but nobody didn't get the job. We just pulled out of our interview.
I also just I think it's a tough job, man. Sirianni, the near firing.
I think there are
people who don't. I think there are people who do not want that job because of the difficulty of having success there feels high. I feel like it'd be easier to be the OC in New York. It'd be easier to be Mike McDaniel, be the OC for the Chargers. Like, there are easier jobs in that Philly one. That's all.
I think the Philly one, it is, as he mentioned, the fan base a little bit. I mean, the OC just got his house egged this past season. I wonder if you want Nick Sirianni is a playoff miss away from being fired, probably, or a wild card weekend exit from being fired. Well, that means you might be out of a job. But yeah, whoever takes it, if they get Jalen Hurts in that offense to be a top 10, top 12 offense or something like that, then that guy's going to get all kinds of credit. I would agree with that. So thanks to Ross Tucker for joining us here on the show. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will get into some Royals baseball after having J.J. Piccolo on the show yesterday. We asked him about Jack Caglione a little bit, and I think there's clearly a certain fan sentiment around Cags. We'll discuss that. And a little more on the Royals Stadium front. The breaking news yesterday at the beginning of the show, of course, was that the Royals are no longer considering 119th and Knoll, that Aspiria campus site. A couple more details as John Holt from Fox 4, who initially broke the news yesterday, he was on with CDOT. So we'll play what he had to say and how the Washington Square Park site maybe fits into what the Royals really want to do. So that's coming up a little bit later on in the 11 o'clock hour.
I was, for a guy who played in the league and a guy who played for Bill Belichick, how the hell are, this show? This is a show meant for entertainment, damn it. When we try to give real opinions, how the hell did we get the only four people who have the same nuanced take about Bill Belichick not being elected to the Hall of Fame? That we would all be fine if he did get in and would have voted him in, but also understand that some people take such great issue with the cheating that they didn't vote him in, and it's not that big of a deal.
Now Ross did say, and this is where I would have, if we were, and I don't think we'll ever find out, is this the reality?
People just didn't like him as a person. That's a problem. I wouldn't.
If you did not vote Belichick because you just thought he was a jerk, that's absurd. You should not be allowed to vote. Like that, I totally agree with that. If there were 5 people that said it was because of cheating, I have no issue with that whatsoever. None.
Yeah.
And as far as how it impacts Tom Brady, yeah, if anything, it's going to make sure Tom Brady's going to be unanimous now because everybody's going to see the backlash of this, and there's nobody that's not going to not vote for him now. This is not going to, because I've seen a lot of the take, well, if Belichick's not first ballot,
This backlash,
Tom Brady
no
can't.
way.
No, it's the opposite effect now. Tom Brady's guaranteed to be first ballot after this news.
I also think
no matter what anybody thinks, and people will say Belichick was the mastermind of Spygate. They're going to say that Brady was along for the ride, and when it comes to that,
and I think the fact that he won without Belichick after that as well,
in Tampa, yes.
yeah, it just
Can we say that it's kind of funny that one person who hasn't said anything about Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame? Tom. Nothing. Crickets.
Not yet. Not yet.
Zero.
He's also worked for Fox
he's had
now.
24 hours to
I think that
craft something up.
If he doesn't say anything by the end of the week, I think it's fair.
And then 24 hours.
18 hours.
Yeah, I am a little surprised he did put out something, but
he's
also
posted
works.
his beach vacation.
He's on vacation.
But he
he's
hasn't posted about his former coach not being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He's like, not my problem. Don't worry. Later on today, there'll be some memo sent out on the TB12 Twitter account. It'll have like the TB12 signature at the bottom, and it'll be all. It won't be just a tweet. It'll be this formal 2-paragraph long thing. Just look, I think everybody understands that it would be insane for him not to be a Hall of Famer. We don't have to keep rehashing it. I just don't think the outrage was just like almost comical to me.
Just quickly, since we brought it up, what do you guys think of the? What do you guys make of the Todd Monken hire? I gotta say,
good for Todd Monken.
The inside NFL people seem to like this hire a lot more than my initial reaction, which is you're going to hire a first-time NFL head coach at 60 years old to turn it around, who openly, when Freddie Kitchen was the coach, called that organization a joke and that they couldn't get anything together and they sucked. It's not like they've done anything over the last 5 years to disprove that theory. So, I'm just like, why do the inside NFL people? They just think he's a really sharp football mind. I mean, he's
been around football for a bit. Yeah, he's 59.
He did get Lamar Jackson
and
a couple of MVPs.
And Ross mentioned Stetson Bennett, what he was able to do with him in college. Remember, he was at Georgia or whatever. And that was an impressive job. It's why he got the job there in Baltimore as well. I just think a lot of it is, it's not even about Todd Monken. It's just, we know the Browns in that organization.
No matter who they hire,
and clearly Todd Monken, it's just fine. This happens with any job. Like, that doesn't mean it doesn't work out, but he clearly was not their first or their second or their third choice, maybe not even their fourth choice. That happens in life, and that's not his fault. But I think it's all about the Browns than it is even Todd Monken. It seems uninspiring because people will once again say, like, okay, well, was Todd Monken? This is my only issue with anybody. Like, this is even applying to Matt Nagy right now. If nobody else is all that interested in the candidate, is he really like? You want to find the fit. I get it. But
if 31 other teams had an opening, nobody else would make him the head coach.
Like somebody may be a great fit in New York, but a terrible fit in Tennessee, or a great fit in Nashville, but a terrible fit in New York. That happens. But was Todd Monken getting any other head coaching interviews? The answer is no, right?
He reportedly was the runner-up for the job in Green Bay a couple of years ago.
Oh, it's like 4 years ago.
I'm just saying
5 years, 6 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's reportedly been deep in the process for
a couple of years.
Though. No one chose him. Yeah, that's
I do think that from the standpoint of like style and fit, what he does fits what the Browns, like from a roster standpoint, at quarterback, not as good. Obviously, running game is strong. That's what they traditionally have been good at. You got Quinshon Judkins there. And then the other rookie whose name is escaping me right now for whatever reason. But you've got an offensive philosophy that I don't know if it falls too far from what they did in Baltimore. Of course, you don't have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, so it is a little bit different, but which obviously makes the task tougher for him, as the quarterback's not going to be as good. But stylistically, I don't know if it'll be too far off of what Todd Monken has done or what the Browns have been used to recently.
All right, coming up next, let's get the latest update on the stadium front. Another update today. It might not just be Kansas, but it could also be another county that is out on having the Royals Stadium in their particular county. We'll tell you where that is and what that means. Plus, Jack Caglione, we asked JJ Piccolo about him yesterday. It feels like the fans are looking at Cags a certain way for this season. We'll see if that's the right way next.
Cody and Gold, brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com. Follow the station on Instagram for ticket giveaways and behind-the-scenes content from the show at The Fan 965.
Well, it's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one final kickoff, your final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is the 60th Super Bowl, and FanDuel is making sure that you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, maybe you're riding with the underdog, or you're building that last same-game parlay. So whether you're betting the spread, who's going to win MVP, or who you think's going to find the end zone, FanDuel's got you covered for this year's Super Bowl. Make it count, because after the Super Bowl, it's done. Finito. So it's your last call for football this season on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. And visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook and the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawal bonus. By 7th Street. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford. Fresh off a record-breaking year and a successful run at Ford's 2025 Top Volume Award. Rob, how did you do it?
Kevin, it's simple. We pulled out all the stops on price, on trade values, on inventory, and made sure our customers got an experience they couldn't find anywhere else.
Well, the race isn't over. 2026 is here, and you're back in the chase again.
That's right, and we're going even harder this year. More inventory, more aggressive trade-in values, and a buying experience other dealers just can't match.
Well, you're not just talking, you've got the receipts. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in Kansas City by KC Magazine.
The recognition matters, but what actually matters is how you feel when you call or visit Rob Seid Ford.
Inventory, value, transparency, and no pressure. That's why people keep coming back.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit us online at robsight.com.
Rob Seid Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
When it was time to paint the inside of our home, we made one call, and that was the Certa Pro Painters, and the experience was amazing. They took all the stress about the job away from me, and they'll do the same for you. And now's the time to get that painting project completed that you've been putting off. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Kansas City. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose Certa Pro Painters.
Tonight, starting at 4 o'clock, our friends at Centric are hosting a KC Tech Career Summit at Centric. It's open networking with KC area tech professionals, facility tours, breakout conversations with instructors, career services, and a live panel featuring former Centric students and local employers, plus a Q&A.
Whether you're just starting out, considering a career change, or simply interested in what the tech field offers, this summit offers you a gateway to that. Please RSVP in advance by going to Centric.com and clicking the KC Tech Summit at the top of the page.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch all your favorite shows, shorts, and clips. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
11 o'clock hour here on Cody and Gold. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. Don't forget, coming up in a few weeks, we're going to have everybody in studio for the Chiefs offseason show. Bob, Dusty, C-Dot, Cody, and myself all in studio from 9 a.m. to 11 on Tuesday, February 10th. We'll be talking about the Chiefs coaching staff, free agency. By then, maybe Travis Kelce has made a decision. Looking at the draft, all of that, all your Chiefs talk with everybody in one place coming up on Tuesday, February the 10th. I do want to pass along, I know we don't talk much NBA, but it is a huge name and it's noteworthy. We don't have to have a discussion necessarily, but there's now reports from ESPN that Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home at the February 5th NBA trade deadline or in the offseason as several rival teams are making aggressive offers to the Milwaukee Bucks for him, and the franchise is now starting to listen.
Deadline is on Wednesday of next week.
Like we don't have to get into the specifics, but that is a huge story in sports when you have one of the league's biggest stars looking like he's finally going to get out of Milwaukee after all this.
The NBA is crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's the only league that regularly trades massive superstars.
I'm sorry, it's Thursday is the deadline at 2 p.m. I'm excited.
It happens.
It's one of the most active periods of time.
It always is.
They're not even like he's not even saying in the report though that like it's necessarily going to be at this. It says or in the off season. So that we'll see if it actually happens at the deadline. But now it feels realer than ever that could be a possibility. So we'll keep an eye on that. But some big news in the NBA. All right, let's get back into the Royals, and we will talk Cags, I promise, here on the baseball side of it specifically in about 10 minutes. But on the stadium front, we know yesterday the news, Royals done with the 119th and Null site, the Aspiria campus. We reacted to that all day yesterday. And I'll play a little bit of what John Holt told CDOT from Fox 4. John Holt was the first to report that the Royals were no longer considering that site. But then today, Cody, we got another update. So Kansas out. Now Clay County out, if you believe what everybody is saying. Clay County leaders and a statement confirming to the Kansas City Star saying they will not engage in a bidding competition with other jurisdictions over the Royals. Some of the statement read, for nearly 3 years, the Clay County Commission has engaged in discussions with the ownership of the Kansas City Royals regarding a potential relocation of the team to Clay County. The commission, appointed by Commissioners Jay Johnson, John Carpenter, and Scott Wagner to serve as the county's lead negotiators throughout the process. Over the course of the process, the county's negotiating team developed what we believe to be a strong and competitive proposal, one designed to support a successful Royals franchise in Clay County alongside a complementary dining and entertainment district while also protecting the financial interests of Clay County taxpayers. It goes on to say that the most recent phase of negotiations was structured to along with the Royals' desired time frame. Meeting that time would have required acceptance of the county's proposal by January 8th.
So they could get on the April
2
ballot.
weeks ago.
Yep.
Thereby allowing sufficient time for public input and a formal vote by the commission to place the measure before voters. The Royals elected not to accept the county's proposal within that time frame. As a result, no proposal will be presented in the public for a vote this April. So Clay County's out. Kansas is out.
It's a little like Kansas in the sense that they're all small percentages, and I'm not completely willing to eliminate Kansas, and I'm not completely willing to eliminate Clay County, but Clay County's percentage just goes down and down. Look, Clay County knows what we all know. It's not that this site was never some possibility, but it was never their choice. Like, the Royals were trying to find the location that would give them more or give them more of what they wanted, not just financially, but in a ballpark district or in an area or in a stadium setup or any of this other stuff, and that they weren't going to be bullied by Clay County in order to get there. They're smaller. They were going to require a public vote. They were trying to explore their other options, and they weren't far enough in the process to say, yeah, we'll take your deal, stick us on the April ballot, we're done negotiating. Because at that time, Kansas might have still been a possibility. They didn't announce till yesterday that they were done looking at Aspiria. So probably what happened here, based on what I'm reading, is Clay County wanted a commitment. Hey, will you please propose? Say yes to us. We're ready. Here's our numbers. We've given them to you. And the Royals were like, you're still not our preferred location, so no. It doesn't mean that if, and this is the thing about, we talk about this all the time with like Kansas at the initial time, when they were claiming they wouldn't have negotiated with the Chiefs after January or December 1st, and we think that they would have. But this goes to the same thing. If tomorrow they said, you know what, the Royals were like, hey, we'll take your deal, put us on the August ballot, I think they'd still probably take it. I just don't think it's going to happen. All the momentum is Washington Square Park. Let's just be honest. Oh, every single possible bit of momentum that if any side has right now is Washington Square Park. because the only two that had real momentum were 119th and Washington Square Park anyway.
That's it.
Post
the failed vote, that's it.
Yeah, with Clay County, a distant third is in like, we're keeping in our back pocket in case things go south kind of option. The only two, so like Washington Square Park is still where they're going to try to squeeze this thing.
Yeah, I think it feels like that's somewhere downtown and specifically Washington Square Park seems like the only option. Like, some of us said it's not no to Kansas, right? Only 119th and null. I would say, what other site?
We disagree. Alex and I disagree on this a little bit.
What other site in Kansas, post-failed vote, have we ever heard the Royals even acknowledge? What other site? Publicly. None. So to me, yes, Kansas I think is over. And Clay County basically just said, we're done. So we're moving on to more important business, if you will. And that leaves one jurisdiction that seems to still be actively trying to get them, which would be KC-Mo, with the news, of course, and the mayor.
The $500 million in Port Authority and all that other stuff.
That's it.
What I do find in this is obviously a part of the discourse and continues to be online or on the station or whatever, right? Which is the economic benefits of each potential site. This is where I think people are splitting hairs and maybe getting too hung up. I do not think from a Royals operational standpoint, there is a massive difference between the downtown locations that they have considered and the OP site. I think that there was a slightly larger development opportunity in the OP site. But if we're going to say that the Royals can organize this other stuff, if they're saying the downtown site is still an operational thing for them and was initially and is now, I don't think they're not going to make enough money by choosing to go downtown or all this other stuff. This idea that they've blown their opportunity to build all of the ballpark village they want by changing sites. I still think there's plenty, I guess, of some developmental area in the Washington Square Park site, I guess. I don't, look, pretending like they're just going to put a stadium there and nothing else, I think is disingenuous.
Yeah, so a couple things. I think, one, we do know from the very beginning, almost 4+ years ago at this point.
When he bought the team. He said we bought the team.
We know their number one goal and desire, I should say, was downtown baseball. Like that. And then it shifted to in or around downtown. Remember that kind of then it shifted to that. And then, of course, they were considering 119th and Null as well. But in or around downtown was kind of the phrasing of it for a bit. So we know they want downtown baseball. John Sherman wants downtown baseball.
He believes in it.
And after all this, there is a way, after all this, they end up getting what they want. Now, you and I do not have the exact square footage and all. I do think the entertainment district, whatever that is, let's say it's Washington Square Park, wherever they end up, will be smaller than what it would have been 119th and Null. Now, that's not saying that they can't still own some of the real estate. But I think if you look at the plot of land, it is a smaller plot of land just by nature compared to what they were looking at Null. But can they still have other revenue streams? Yes. The question is something that none of us are going to have the answer to for a very long time, which is how much additional revenue will you actually be able to bring in? Will that truly result in you spending that money on the team? And that's something that they're going to have to prove to people as time goes on. Today, as we sit here, nobody can say yes or no to that definitively happening. They're going to have to show with their actions that is what they plan on doing. We all assume that they will use that money to put in the team. They will have to prove it whenever that time comes.
In fairness, up to this point, I think John Sherman has actually done a pretty decent job of a pretty decent job of spending his money. So, I'm optimistic. But, yeah, to your point, and look, I understand this. The Royals, revenue-wise, are still payroll to revenue-wise, are still one of the higher spending teams of percentage of their revenue. So, 2024 and 2025, they ranked out as a top 10 percentage of revenue to payroll in baseball. The Mets, by the way, were number one. The Dodgers, too. The Royals were ahead of a lot of teams. Hell, the Royals were ahead of the Yankees revenue compared to team. So, the Yankees make more money and spend less of it than the Kansas City Royals have overall. So, my initial thought is if they get more revenue, they will spend it. But I don't think, I don't know. Maybe, I understand the smaller plot of land thing, but the other part goes to this is I just think they'll buy up other businesses and land over there and create the district that they want.
I don't think that plot of land actually has that accessibility. If you look at where I actually disagree with that.
Well,
I think the stadium itself.
I guess, how about this? In and around. Maybe it's not the building directly next door to it, but 2 blocks away, they now own this strip that has some other businesses in it, right? And look, I'm not saying that there couldn't have been a revenue source and all this other stuff. And I told you the reasons I don't like the 119th. It has nothing to do with revenue. I'd like the team to make more money.
No matter what, though, let's not act like you and I want downtown baseball. There's going to be with any project in any site, just like we heard noise at 119th and Knoll, just like we heard noise on the Crossroads site. Even at Washington Square Park, where there really won't be displacing as much,
there'll still be noise. Of course
there are
will be.
going to be a ton of people pushing back, and that is still, and that's always, you could truly have found the most perfect site possible, and people will find a way to not like it.
Yes.
I mean, that's just life. People are going to bitch to bitch.
Because if I put it in the middle of a field where there's literally no other business, and people are like, that, by the way, that's describing the Truman Sports Complex.
Yeah.
You know, people would go there. And I saw people mention that too. Well, then just stay at the Truman Sports Complex.
That's just the one thing that's not happening.
Okay, we're talking about revenue and the difference between, I think we're probably splitting hairs. I think there might have been a slight, and I do mean like a percentage. Like, I don't think it would have been night and day difference between the OP site and the Washington Square Park as far as the additional revenue they can generate outside of the ballpark. The difference between what they can generate at Washington Square Park, let's say the lower of the two, and the Truman Sports Complex is astronomical. Those teams spent 15, 20, 30 plus years trying to figure out a way to develop near the Truman Sports Complex. And the decision they all came up with was, no, it can't be done. The Cocoa Water Key Resort closed. They turned it into a pickle. Yeah. They turned it into a pickleball courts, and that's it. The Denny's burned down, and as far as I know, they never rebuilt it.
They did not.
That area cannot be developed. So there's no additional revenue stream there. So whether you think that there's no point in staying there, that's like one of the few things they've been clear on, is that they're not staying there, you know? Like, as far as in or around downtown, suburbs versus not, they've moved the needle on that. They've never moved the needle on, we ain't staying at the K. Bad concrete, you know?
Oh, yeah. Concrete cancer, man.
Concrete cancer.
Concrete cancer.
Do you think if we did if we did something with Ray Gun and just made a shirt that just said concrete cancer, that would do well?
2 years ago. We're 2 years. We're a little late.
Are we late?
We're late
Damn.
on that one. Yeah, we're late.
Damn.
We're late.
I think I would wear, just for like I would personally wear a shirt, concrete cancer t-shirt.
2 years ago? That would have worked.
Would anybody else wear that?
Not now, I don't think.
Or is it just me?
Not now.
I'm going to make a one-off. It's like my Cags Vinny Pasquantino Meatballs Go Pasta La Vista shirt. Just one single one-off.
Thinking of Cags, we had JJ Piccolo, the Royals general manager and president of baseball ops, on the show yesterday. And we talked a wide range of topics. If you missed the show or the interview, you can check it out, podcast, wherever you get your podcast. And, of course, 965thefan.com, Odyssey app. Because we discussed Chris Bubich and Vinny and Cags and Carter Jensen, on and on and on. And for Jack Caglione, we all know how his first year went. It was disappointing. And he struggled, to say the least, but it was also a situation where AAA was no longer useful for his development. Yep. And at that time, I know the team did not want it to feel like he was there to rescue and save the offense, but that's essentially what it ended up being.
Yeah.
So this year you go into the season. Do you think fans are confident? Are fans extremely skeptical? What do you think the vibe is around him? Do fans still, in your mind, believe Jack Caglione can be the guy that everybody was just as excited about this time last year? Or do you think now fans are in a truly prove it to me mode?
I think they've got lower expectations than they've ever had for him because of the way it went last year. But I actually think JJ Piccolo was correct in the way he described it on our show yesterday. Full interview up at 96.5 The Fan, for whatever it's worth. When he said, had he just stayed in AAA and continued the pathway that he was clearly going to continue in AAA, he would probably be the number one prospect in baseball, and that heat would be back on him. Weirdly enough, because he struggled so much at the big league level, the fan expectation, where he's going to hit in the order, all this other stuff, is going to lower it. Not to none. Because we still watched him hit 450, 650-foot home runs in the minors, still know the absolute power potential that he possesses. But, I mean, he was not just bad. He was bad. He hit 157 and played in 60 games. He couldn't put the ball over the wall. Now, I'll say in 60 games, he hit 7 homers. Triple that number, just saying that he's going to be better. That's a 20-home-run season. Not close enough. Not where he needs to be. The problem is he's got a triple. He needs to be a 30-plus home run guy this year. So I still have pressure on him, but not to get on base at a 350 clip. I would take, and not the home runs aside, I actually think MLB.com's comparison that I mentioned to JJ is good. Junior Caminero was mentioned on their article of who could have a season that would mirror somebody else. He's 21 years old, young player, came up super young, struggled. Hit 235 his first season and only 7 games. played about 50 games total before his rookie year. And to that point, was hitting like 220 with a 280 on base percentage and not enough home runs. Like 7 home runs in 50 games. Very similar to Jack. In year 3, still only had a 311 on base percentage, hit 45 homers. Do I think I think the expectation, what Jack Caglianone's bar should be this year is a 230 hitter with a 300 on base percentage and 30 home runs. And if he does that, we should be okay for now. If he later turns into a superstar, I'll allow that to occur because that's still on the table for him, in my opinion. But just getting some like regular play this year is what I'm hoping for.
I'm also hoping that the offseason was a bit of a reset just in terms of think about his calendar year. I mean, you go from being drafted and a top pick and all that immediately, of course and
then you rake at every level.
You go whether you're talking about A ball, but you go Double A. We obviously saw him in Double A in Springfield, and then you're quickly up to Triple A, and everybody's talking about you and the hype, and you're just trying to get you were still talking about at the time a 22-year-old kid or whatever he was at the time. What is he now? Is he 22 or 23? Double check the age. But point being, like you're still just like in life in general. I believe he got engaged as well. Like a lot going on in your just a lot going on in
22.
life. Okay, just
he'll be 23 in February.
All right, so you just got a ton going on, and then you get called up. The excitement and all that. The offense for a team that was in the playoffs the year before, the offense was really struggling. Fans think you're coming up to be the savior. And all that's going on, coupled with just the adjustment that you got to make to the big leagues.
Yep.
So I wonder if an offseason, like, take a deep breath for a second. Take a deep breath. Here's what I got to work on. And now, like, you're not going to have the theatrics that were going on last year when you got called up and everything.
And again, the team offensively, when he got called up, were hitting horribly. He was seen as a potential savior. Isaac Collins and some of these, like, they should have a deeper lineup anyway. He should be able to hit 6th, 7th, 8th. Like, there's just less pressure down there, Go ahead,
I'm not even saying that we shouldn't have the high expectations, but should we have tempered them last year?
No, because that's
given,
what being a fan.
Given the fact that Bobby, like, it's not like it was Cag's team when he got up there. It was still Bobby and Salvi and Vinny. Before you even considered, I think Cag's in terms of that conversation of being the quote unquote savior. I don't know if that was too far of an expectation to have.
Yeah, so I think I still do have very high expectations for what Jack Caglianone can be.
I think we should.
Number one. Number two, I think last year, frankly, that like with any top prospect that was destroying the baseball the way he was in the minors, any fan base in any sport
you wanted to see that transition.
Would have been thinking you're about to see someone come up and just dominate right away.
Yeah.
So no, I don't.
I think that's fair.
I don't fault the Royals for calling him up when they did either. I think AAA was not useful at that point anymore for him.
No, I totally agree. I think it's the standpoint of, was it too much to expect him to come in and immediately change the way that the offense was going to look just from day one because we saw him rake in AAA? I don't.
He is still one of the 20 biggest prospects in baseball. There's still pressure.
I'm not saying the expectation's not there and the pressure's not there. I'm saying for last year, for him to immediately come up and to be that guy, was it too much for us to expect? Where now, that's the fact that he's gotten the reps. I think this year, in terms of a pressure conversation or him being important like you guys talked about a week or two ago, I think all of those are fully fine because we know that he's got the reps, he's got the experience, he knows what he needs to fix or get better at. This is the year where hopefully he can actually take that leap and we can see what we've been wanting to see from him.
Trash of the day.
All right, let's get to it. This is a follow-up to a story. I forgot this. I didn't realize it was all the way back in July. In July, we told you guys the trash of the day involving a Chuck E. Cheese costume
Pretty funny.
And a gentleman getting arrested wearing it. So you might have remembered there was a Florida man arrested in full Chuck E. Cheese costume last July. He has now pled no contest to felony charges, but this 42-year-old admitted to stealing a customer's debit card. Remember that was the whole thing?
Yeah.
Chuck E. Cheese, there was video, there were photos. Full Chuck E. Cheese costume, goes in.
But he's in handcuffs.
In handcuffs, yeah. So he allegedly, now he admitted, so it's not allegedly, he admitted to stealing a customer's debit card at the Tallahassee restaurant, using it at smoke shops, Circle K, grocery stores, a Whataburger as well. And there were all these viral pictures, showed him being handcuffed in the mouse suit as children were watching and as in a Chuck E. Cheese. And he now faces up to 10 years in prison.
10 years for stealing a debit card?
On 2 felonies, but he avoided jail time. He was sentenced to 3 years probation. ordered to pay $1,600 in fines. Banned from contacting the victim or the Chuck E. Cheese where he worked.
What was he going to do? Ask for his job back? I mean, I'd say there can't be that many people just like signing up to wear one of those hot ass costumes. You know,
would you rather wear that or the
Cheese.
Hooters costume Drew was wearing during the show?
For a whole workday? Oh, God.
The Chuck E. Cheese costume.
I guess the Chuck E. Cheese one, but neither is the answer, right? Neither is the answer.
Would you rather stink and sweat a lot or
be cold, but
or be out there in
no one knows
crop
I'm in the
top
Chuck E.
and some
Cheese
short
costume.
shorts?
That becomes a
you
real...
You better hope it's not too cold in there.
That is an all-time viral photo. I'm sorry. Like
him getting handcuffed.
If you just imagine if you were in that situation, and anytime you've been there, it'd be like going to a Royals game and watching Slugger get handcuffed and walked out. That's insane.
I mean, the equivalent is the Slugger stripper video.
Yeah,
or photo, not video. That we know of. Photo.
I mean, I've never seen it.
I never saw the video. Just a photo. Sorry, just a photo.
But like, you know, that's a rare occurrence to see Chuck E. Cheese. Or whatever his full name is. Charles, right? Charles Entertainment or whatever?
Yeah. We never made it out to Chuck's Arcade. They closed before we could get out there.
That happened quick.
Less than a year, right?
Yeah,
after it opened.
We missed our opportunity. I didn't realize.
Was there much? Hold on. Was there much of an opportunity if it only lasted that? Like, was it actually? I mean, to get out there, sure, I guess, but
someone said we had the emergency alert system playing while we were talking. Apologies. Yeah.
How do you remember that?
What? This time.
I assume they were saying this time.
Yeah, they're talking about they wanting the update. Again,
oh no, I thought
the Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, multiple people were texting in. Yeah, basically, real quick, it was. We had the story from July. The guy that was dressed up as Chuck E. Cheese was stealing debit cards, was handcuffed as children were watching, and he now pled guilty to 2 felonies. That's the update. Yeah.
I'm looking back up at the photos, man. I'm sorry. These photos are just like, if you guys don't remember them, you want to watch us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, all that stuff. We obviously live stream the show every single day. I'm going to hold up my computer here in just a minute and show you.
Yeah, close those tabs, Cody. Close those tabs.
No, the first one pulled up like a video of it, and I just wanted the photo so I could more easily show it. Because there's like a video of him being arrested, which is also funny. Because he's getting like perp walked. Like he's getting perp walked out of the...
What would your kids have done, Cody? Have you gone to Chuck E. Cheese with your kids yet?
Yeah, they've been a couple times for like a birthday party or whatever.
You're at Chuck E. Cheese with your kids. You're playing games. You're eating some of that pizza or whatever. The band's playing, and then all of a sudden you see Charles.
I'd record like that guy did.
But with your kids.
At this age, they would definitely say something.
Would they say, "Hey, what happened?" Would they be like? Would they want to leave? Would they never want to go there again?
The scary thing is, like, if something that memorable, your kids will never not bring it up. One time, my kids had asked me if I'd ever been arrested, and I said yes. They've never let it go since.
Did you tell them for what?
Yeah, I told them for what. They might as well know the truth about me. What am I going to do? Keep a secret? They need to know that actions have consequences.
You were open about...
Open book.
All right.
Open book in the Tap household.
Respect.
You know, tell them the truth.
Well,
tell them that I fought the law and the law won, you know?
I understand. I'm just saying it could have been a story for another day sort of thing. Instead, you just,
No, I just told them the truth. Seemed easier at the time.
Someone said they worked at a Chuck E. Cheese in high school. Wearing the suit was the worst.
Oh, man. Terrible day. But that was a tough day at the office when you were the person in charge of it. So, but at least, you know, which one was more offensive? This guy getting arrested or the time that we found out during COVID that they were selling Pasquale's Pizza?
That was a weird time.
Which was them pretending to be like a local pizzeria pizza joint and then putting themselves on DoorDash as Pasquale's, only to find out it was a local Chuck E. Cheese.
It was just Chuck E. Cheese. It was a separate name, but it was just Chuck E. Cheese pizza being delivered. That is correct.
That's messed up, man.
Yeah, that was a real thing. That is the trash of the day.
I wonder if at Chuck E. Cheese they still like pop out the actual tickets, or if they have like a card that you swipe like you do at Dave & Buster's or whatnot.
No, you get a card. Last time I was there, it's still like
there's something about like seeing all the, like if you won like the jackpot, all those tickets just
you're waiting.
It's like a flex.
I'm with you.
You can't play this game until my tickets come out because I got the jackpot. You have to wait.
Do they know your name at Dave & Buster's? You go there once or twice a week. Do they be like, hey,
they
Drew,
don't know
Bree?
my name, but they know what I order. Normally, we walk in. It's like, hey, you want 2 Angry Orchards? Yes. please. Then thank you.
Dude, your Cheers bar is David Buster's bar? That's awesome.
Are you the only one ordering those at this point?
But see, they have it on tap, which they have it which is very, very nice. It tastes better when it's on tap.
So you walk in and they say, "Hey man, you want your Angry Orchards?"
Yeah, they
and you say, "Let me go hit the Papa Shot right now."
They know the order, man.
And so you're just sitting there with an Angry Orchard and Papa Shots on Wednesday nights.
Pretty much, yeah.
King of Dave and Buster's.
The plan is to go out there tonight.
Tonight?
Half price on Wednesdays, man.
Half price on Wednesdays,
games.
man. Take advantage of that.
Man.
It is fun to just be to get in a zone of being like a kid again, like you're playing like the carnival games.
Do they have a membership? I feel like you need to get a discount at this point. Like, do they have a membership you can just buy instead of having to? I feel like you could be saving money. Do they have? Is there a thing like that at Dave & Buster's?
No, but they have a reward system where you get the more chips you play, you eventually get rewards. Like I've gotten enough bonus chips. I've gotten enough. We've played there enough now where I got a free entree up to $35.
Oh man,
which is very nice.
Got to go the most expensive thing on the Dave & Buster's menu.
The next one is a long ways away. That one is a dinner for four up to $100.
When you get that, can I come?
I knew you were going to say
I'll
that.
pay the
Of
extra.
course, you're trying to invite yourself in.
I want to go to the King of. I want to go with the King of Dave & Buster's to Dave & Buster's.
It's going to be a while till we get to that number.
All right, up next, we will get to the Chiefs Red Half Hour. Let's talk about the rookies from this year, but more importantly, looking ahead to potential rookies and the impact they'll be required to have. And we've been meaning to get to this, but we keep getting new news throughout the show. I want to get to the 3 quarterbacks that did something in the NFL this year that I think the Chiefs have to look out for Mahomes next year. I'll tell you what it is.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5, The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel's making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count, because after the Super Bowl, well, the season's over and football is officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. For January, after the holidays, we're offering to auger your main line or branch line for only $99 per hour. That's $100 off this month only. This also includes a camera inspection with mainline work. Don't start 2026 with things backing up. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Man, if your stream isn't as strong as it used to be, or you're taking more breaks to the bathroom than the last 2 minutes of a televised football game,
There's another timeout. We'll be back after this.
it's time to get checked. An enlarged prostate, or BPH, could be the cause. And Kansas City Urology Care is here to help. Fast answers, trusted care. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Who knew a Halloween costume would change my life and lead me to Renner Garage Door? Renner's KC's go-to team for service, repair, and replacement.
RENNER, RENNER.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Welcome in to the Chiefs Red Half Hour. Every day at 11:30 with Cody and Gold on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Chiefs Red Half Hour here on Cody and Gold. Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. Video stream up and running. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Jay Southland Tow Service text line 913-586-7965.
We're all trying to eat barbecue in the break. Alex is trying to make sure he's squared away. Sometimes they bring food into the station. They brought us lunch today.
Yeah, the office for all the stations, right in the office in the kitchen area, they brought in a very good barbecue, and they just put it out, so it's still hot and everything. And the break wasn't long enough. I snuck in.
I got a couple of bites.
I'm glad the camera wasn't on during the commercial break. It was disgustingly aggressively eating as much food as possible.
Have you seen that? And I don't watch the show, but I've seen the clip. Have you seen the clip of Michael Rappaport eating on Traders?
I have not.
Do yourself a favor right now, because that's essentially what you were having to do in the break. If you'd like an example of what it was like.
Traders eating? What am I looking at? How am I searching?
Michael Rappaport, Traders eating. That's all you. I mean, I'll tell you right now. That's coming up.
Okay. Eating moment on the Traders.
If you watch,
that's him talking about it. I don't know if I found the actual video of him. This is him react. This is him talking about the moment.
Okay.
But
here he is eating.
Oh, I just see the plate. I see the plate. Yeah.
It's like directly up against his mouth, and he's just.
Yeah, man. I was inhaling as much food as possible in the 3 minutes that I had. So
we'll eat the rest in the next 25 minutes after we eat the Chiefs. Red half hour.
Yeah.
The draft, obviously, we've continued to do mock draft sounders on the show, and we know the importance of it. But I was thinking more about it as it relates to last year's draft class as well. And what I came to realize is I borderline, and I don't want to make it, it's almost too far, but it's close to how I feel. I borderline barely care about last year's draft class as it relates to this year's upcoming team, and I only care about this year's. Because
you're not a believer in Omar Norman Lott or Ashton Gelati?
What I'm not saying that they aren't players who will have some impact on the team. What I'm saying is this year's upcoming draft class has to have a way bigger impact than last year's, even though they're in year 2 and we should expect more things out of players in year 2 typically than in year 1. But I'm just telling you right now, last year's draft class, other than I guess Simmons is the tough one, everyone else after him, no impact, but the number 9 pick should have way more of an impact than Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gelati, Noah Williams, Jalen Royals. The number 40 overall pick should have as big of an impact, if not more, than Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gelati, Noah Williams, Jalen Royals. Simmons is the one guy that I guess I'm trying to put on an island as a part of this conversation because he's their starting left tackle, and I understand that. But it's all those other guys that normally I would be saying, hey, in year 2, I need to see a jump. I need to see the improvement. I need you to matter. I want the first, second, and third round picks to be better this year than anyone else not named Simmons.
So that's more than fair. Yeah, it's more than fair. I mean, look, if you're picking 9th and 40th, you automatically are expecting more of an impact. And I think by the way the roster is going to break down as we get to camp, knowing the contract situation, a lot of cut candidates, the Mike Danas of the world and others that they might end up cutting. We'll see if there's any surprise cuts or a trade or anything like that. there's going to be spots where they're going to be forced to play some young guys even quicker than they have been willing to as a coaching staff. And that's the question about front office and coaching, and are they on the same page with the draft and all that? When you're picking ninth, we can argue right now, as we have, about, hey, do we want a wide receiver or a safety or a defensive tackle? And some people have texted in saying they're okay with them drafting an offensive tackle, or some of you guys want Jeremiah Love. Whatever it may be, everybody's got their opinion on how they think the Chiefs should draft. No matter who it is of that bunch, the expectation is you're playing right away, and you better have an impact your rookie year when you're the 9th overall pick. It is that simple for the Chiefs. So naturally, I would agree with you. This year's draft class has to have a more immediate impact, and the picks where you're at tell you that has to be the case. I think it will be the case in terms of the opportunity they're going to get. When Ashton Gillotte got opportunity, I actually thought he played well as the season went on. The issue with some of those guys has been they haven't been given an opportunity. Omar Norman-Lott is more of a question because he was hurt. They also tried to change kind of the position he was playing, that he put on some weight, all that, or slimmed down, I'm sorry. Put on some weight. So that was a decision that was interesting that I know people were talking about during training camp as well.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, it's always easy. It's easy to overhype someone you barely got to see. So, like, I think Noah Williams is a nice player. I think Noah Williams should have played more. I also understand, and I think that this gets missed a lot of times, that if he had played more, he might have looked worse. He might have been exposed. And that's what I think. Like, I definitely think that's what's happening with people's impression of Omar Norman-Lott. They watched him be viable, like not like a superstar by any means, but viable on a defensive line. And the coaching staff said nice things about him. They don't say mean things about very many players anyway. They do sometimes. Like they were critical of Jaden Hicks in his second year and not taking the leap forward that they thought, but rare for the Chiefs staff to do that. And you're just envisioning what 17 full games of Omar Norman-Lott could have hypothetically looked like, or what Jalen Royals, if he had played, could have looked like, or Bassa and others, and Brashard Smith, and you start filling in the gaps for the couple of nice plays you saw them make, what that could turn into if they just made those nice plays all the time for every single game. And historically speaking, that's not usually the case. Once you take out Simmons, it is not a draft class that I count. Is there a single starter? How about that? After Josh Simmons, is there a single starter? A guy who is on one of the 4 spots on one of the defensive backfields. Is Brashard Smith the starter next year? No. Boston? No. Yeah. Royals? No. Noel Williams? Maybe.
Yeah.
Omar Norman-Lott? Maybe.
I think those are the only two.
Defensive linemen, they rotate, so Norman-Lott will be, but will he have 4? Will he be in the top 4 of most snaps of defensive line? That's how I view starters on the defensive line a lot of times.
I think he would start a game next to Chris Jones.
I'm just
saying,
what
like, we saw.
At the end of the season, will he have a top 4 snap getter on the defensive line? That's how you determine starter.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If they draft Reuben Bain or something like that with the 9th pick, then it changes it. Also, I think...
Exactly my point. I think they probably will, or take another second-round guy, or whatever.
Well, sure. I mean, I just think a lot of it, based on where they're drafting, it's just a completely different scenario of what you're expecting and the opportunity. True. You draft anybody at 9, that dude, if he's healthy, is starting. One way or the other. Like, even if they draft Carnell Tate, he may not be the number 1 wide receiver.
But he's the number 2. He's the X or the Y.
He's going to get starter-type snaps. If you draft Jeremiah Love, he's the starting running back. If you draft a safety, Caleb Downs, he's the starting safety week 1. If he's not, there's a major problem, once again, with the disconnect between the front office.
I think there is a level to where, like, the direction they go, particularly with the first 2 picks, is you'll see, like, if they draft wide receiver and then they draft safety or something like that, then you view, okay, maybe they feel comfortable about Omar Norman-Lott or Ashton Gillotte to take the next step. Should they? That's a conversation for a different day. Obviously, I think we all would take the edge or interior guy in the first 2 rounds, or if they don't take a wide receiver at all in the first 3 picks, then maybe they feel better about Jalen Royals' development potentially. I think
who knows who they sign in free agency?
Yeah. That is. So I think we'll get a good gauge in terms of what the priorities are, if you will. Like, we have down as to what we think, but I think Omar Norman-Lott, just based on like you were saying, Cody, that what they talked about regarding him and the fact that he was injured, but had shown some signs of being a guy that can be very much a contributor for them. Ashton Gillotte didn't get as much of a look as, Nate Taylor came on the show that Ashton Gillatte's got to step up. He was good in spurts, but
he couldn't start over bad defensive linemen.
Yeah, it's tough to ask a third-round pick to be a go-to starter right away.
He didn't, but that still is the Spags and the coaching staff and their willingness to play young players.
Yep. Yeah, they just trust Mike Dana will mostly be gap sound, so they accept the lack of pass rush versus others. It's a huge, and we know this. I mean, it's not a secret to say this is a huge draft. It is.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's already more important than last year's draft class. And typically year 2, especially because of what you just said with Spags. Traditionally, year 2 and year 3 are much bigger years for a draft class for the Chiefs than year 1. And look, the Trip McDuffie and George Karlaftis won a notable exception to that rule because they got instant contributions from both of those guys right away. But other than that year, because of their general unwillingness to play young players or concern over it, they historically, this year's draft class should matter less on the field than last year's. But once you get past Simmons, I'm like, no. I mean, a lot of the guys, anybody you draft over 9's got to start over any of those other guys. And they pretty much drafted every position. They took a wide receiver, defensive line, defensive edge, corner. Like, they took all the positions they'd be looking at number 9. They immediately get further down on the depth chart on that one. And look, this goes back to the defensive line and Bain at 9 and all this other stuff. And we can talk about it later because Pete Sweeney had put out an article in the Kansas City Star talking about the thinnest groups. And surprisingly, defensive end or defensive line wasn't on the list. But that's partially because once you start going through it, they just still technically have players there.
I mean, yeah, Felix Uzama is technically, still under contract. I don't think any of us expect him to be a factor. But and he probably is. Will he
contract
make it?
year?
Will
contract year's undefeated?
Will he make it to training camp? I mean, honestly, that's a fair question. We don't know. So by the sheer numbers, sure, they've got some numbers there. But Mike Dan is a cut candidate. Felix may not make it to camp. If he does, he'll probably be a camp cut.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I think defensive line is still the biggest priority. Yeah, free agency can change the necessity to draft a defensive lineman or any position at 9. I do want to point out just an update on NFL stuff while we're talking the Chiefs right half hour. We know that Todd Monken was named the head coach this morning of the Cleveland Browns, the former Ravens OC. And we know that Jim Schwartz, their defensive coordinator, was a candidate. And part of the talk around interviewing candidates was that the Browns ownership wanted whoever became the head coach be willing to take on Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. Well, that turned some people away. Tom Pelissero is now reporting that after the Browns informed Jim Schwartz this morning that they were passing over him to hire Todd Monken, Schwartz, understandably so, was visibly upset, said goodbyes in the building, and told other coaches he's not coming back. Schwartz is under contract still, and Cleveland wants to retain him, but his future is now unclear. So now it's just gotten ugly. Because
what a mess.
Typical Cleveland. Jim Schwartz thought he had a chance to get the head coaching gig. He doesn't get it. He's upset. He's like, I'm not gonna be here anymore. And he's still under contract though, so they would have to release him from his contract or whatever. Maybe cooler heads prevail over the next 24 hours. It's fresh or whatever. Nobody likes having a job opportunity be passed up for. But that's another Browns thing. Just what a dysfunction. What a mess.
I mean, but yeah, of course he wants out. Who interviews for a job doesn't get it and says, yes, I'll take the worst of the two jobs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I interviewed to be the host of this show, but then they wanted me to be the part-time weekend. Like, no, I'm fine, thanks. Like, no, I don't want the worst of the two jobs you offered me. That makes sense to me.
Jim Schwartz could be a defensive coordinator at other places.
He'll get lots of gigs.
And by all means, I can guarantee you the Bengals, Steelers, and Ravens are very happy that Jim Schwartz is not. I know they still got to
give him
out.
Is the Bengals DC job open? They should be begging him to come.
No, it's Al Golden. Or
yeah,
whatever.
I know they still got to deal with Myles Garrett and everything like that, but hey, Jim Schwartz is not dialing up that defensive plan. Great.
Did they just hire Al Golden?
They brought him in.
Remember Lou Anarumo?
They got rid of Lou Anarumo.
Oh, fire him. I mean, are you kidding me? For Jim Schwartz, fire him. They had the worst defense in the league. The second worst defense in the league. I don't want to get carried away. There was one defense worse than theirs. They had the second worst defense in the league. Fire him. Fire Al Golden. Hire a real defensive coordinator.
Well, I think
let him get back at the Browns.
I think the thing though is that
decision.
I think the thing though is that the Bengals learned through this process is that Anarumo was not the problem. It was the lack of talent, which is why Lou Anarumo had a really good year in Indy.
Tom Brady did finally speak up on the Bill Belichick Hall of Fame.
Oh, did he?
He was appearing on a radio program on something in Salk. I can't quite see.
And what?
I don't know. I'm trying to. It's the way Brock and Salk. It's a Seattle-based.
Brock Heward.
Yeah,
Brock Heward.
It's a sports radio show. So, quote, I don't understand it. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's no really coach that should ever be a first ballot.
That's the take that everybody that's anti it is having today. We'll get back.
At least Tom didn't freak out. It sounded like he was very.
You mean he wasn't overly dramatic, like it's the end of the world?
He said it didn't make much sense, but you know what? If that happens, I don't think anybody else should be, and left it at that.
We definitely will get back into the news that Bill Belichick's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. In the noon hour, we'll get to that. This show, I think, is on the opposite side of a lot of people on that. Not that any of us don't think he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. In fact, I would vote for him to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I just think there's a little more nuance to the conversation than it just being as black and white as everybody wants to be. That's all.
As in, either you have to say he's a Hall of Famer, destroy the system, and this is the most egregious, offensive act that's ever occurred to any human being ever, maybe.
Yeah.
In the history of society, perhaps. Or you just think
he's just not in.
He's the world's worst cheater and deserves maybe the guillotine. Those are really the only two stances currently publicly, other than you and I seem to think that there might be a more nuanced approach to it. And look, Jimmy Johnson's out here still, by the way, absolutely losing
I went back and I looked at some of the comments.
He's losing it.
He is spiraling.
And so now he's like, the Chiefs used to spy on me, and like it was common practice, and that doesn't, like, this goes to the same thing as like greenies or anything else. Yes, at different times in the league, it was common practice to do these things. The league made a rule that you could no longer spy on people, and then it was against the rules to do it. And then he kept doing it forever. For a decade against the rules. I'm sorry that I don't feel bad for Bill Belichick, but yeah, we'll get back.
So we'll get back into that because people ask about Tom Brady as well. We'll get into that as well. Why I think that'll be viewed differently.
Let's talk about under center passers instead.
Yeah, so I've been wanting to get to this for the last couple of days. We just have had a lot of breaking news over the last couple of shows. So we all know it's Darnold and Drake May in the Super Bowl, but this past weekend, 3 of the 4 quarterbacks that were remaining, Jarrett Stidham was the 4th. That's why there obviously was not going to be a part of this. 3 of the 4 led the league in touchdown passes under center. He said, "Oh, why does that matter?" Well, so Matthew Stafford, while he did also have the most touchdown passes period this year, and might be the MVP, he threw 28 touchdowns under center this year, according to Next Gen Stats. Who was second? Sam Darnold had 18 of them. Who was third? Drake May was tied, actually, with Dak Prescott for the third most at 12. If you were wondering, Caleb Williams was 5th with 10. And you might just say, well, there's a lot of reasons why the Seahawks had success and why the Patriots had success. And I would agree with that. Defense, most notably. How many times this year do we talk about the Chiefs not going under center? Not so much just for Patrick Mahomes in the passing game, but also the run game. And does Matthew Stafford, who goes under center and has the most touchdown, they got a pretty good running game, right? Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, not too bad.
They do.
Sam Darnold, Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, not too bad. Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson, Travion Henderson, not too bad, 1-2 punch that they have there. They work hand in hand. Under center, defenses have to respect the run game. Leads to some opportunities in the passing game as well. I'm just saying that the biggest sign next year in the first couple weeks of the season, if you tell me that having EB back, having Andy with the new wide receiver coach, taking stock of what you did and didn't do right last year,
and what the league is doing,
and altering
well and, right.
and looking and trying to stay ahead of the curve and all that. If the Chiefs in the first few weeks noticeably are going under center more, I'm not saying that the results have to be there immediately week 1. But if they go under center more and we notice it, it's so noticeable. That's an amazing sign about the rest of the season because it tells you that they truly evaluated and truly are trying to change who they were. Because this was not unique just to, I do not think it's coincidental that the three of the 4 quarterbacks that were alive at championship weekend led the league in under center passing touchdowns.
I think I could make an argument based on the way this previous season went. Because what we're going to be looking for, what makes them different, this is the thing. This is the single most important thing they have to figure out about themselves in the offseason. If you look at EPA and some of the other efficiency metrics, they actually like the Chiefs this year, right? Generally speaking, and people used to talk about this all the time when it came to the run game. At the end of the season, remember, we're like, why don't you run under center more? Why are we doing all these shotgun runs? The Chiefs, under center from the run game, were actually very effective. They were very good at it. What was crazy was, even despite that, how good they were at running under center, they were not an efficient team passing under center. They don't know how to do it. Either Mahomes is inefficient at it. They as a team don't have good design around it. They were inefficient. EPA-wise inefficient. They were a bad team at throwing the ball under center. The Rams and the Seahawks figured out how to do it with multiple tight end sets, figured out how to do it with a good running game, and maybe that's the thing. to throw effectively under center, maybe you actually have to have a running back that they respect.
Absolutely.
But
that can be explosive.
that might have something to do with it.
Well, sure. That's a huge part of it. Yes. Yeah. They have to be more explosive in the backfield. Otherwise, why are you under center is not doing a whole lot for you. These teams that have done it well this year and had team success, but also frankly, just QB stat wise, they also had really effective run games. And in this case, all three of these quarterbacks actually didn't just have one runner. They had a 1-2 punch, which is why the Chiefs do not have to go look, Breece Hall would be amazing. But if you told me they don't get Breece Hall and they got Tyler Algier plus a draft pick plus Brashard Smith, I think that could work. And EB, who, look,
better
as critical as we may be about the high, I think the run game is the biggest asset that he might bring to the table here for Kansas City.
I think they have to incorporate in their offense. This is the part where, Sean McVay, I think, has surpassed Andy in a couple of ways. Not every single way. Sean McVay's done a better job working with his personnel lately. Maybe it's easier because he got Puka Nacua. I don't know. But he went from one of the most shotgun-heavy teams in the league to we run 3 tight end, 12 personnel, under center, shotgun, run a game, pass attack. So he completely changed what they did in a 2-year time span. Mahomes should be looking at the same. Andy should be looking at the same. I do still have a very serious question about if you are going to, because scheme is one thing. If you're going to force a quarterback to be comfortable under center and change it, can you do that in a year in which they can't take snaps before the season starts? Can you say, Mahomes, hey, just mentally, and I understand he's taking snaps under center.
I don't say him and Creed. That's not a new center. It's not a new quarterback.
No, but I just meant from a drop back, from a way you see the field, from the way we operate. I feel like that is difficult coming off of an injury. It'd be a better question to ask a coach in fairness.
It's a getting in the rhythm perspective.
You're asking them to completely change the way they rhythmically handle the offense. Feels like a hard thing to do with no reps.
Well, that's why when we get to training camp and the whole timeline of the ACL injury for Mahomes, is he ready day one of camp?
Can he wear a yellow jersey even if he's not playing? Yeah.
Well, always wearing yellow, but yeah,
you know what I mean.
But is he able to take normal reps on day one of camp? And if not, then that doesn't give you a good feeling, of course, about week one of the season. But the reps thing, I think anybody would probably tell you that played in the league. Yeah, reps do matter. As far as are you worried about are you worried about just the offense changing or him with under center?
The mechanics of doing it more and the comfort.
Because I'm not worried about Patrick Mahomes. Not poor center QB exchange.
No, not that.
That's
just the rhythm of the offense feeling so different. Spending time in the offseason really getting to work through that rhythm, I think would be important.
Yeah.
And I think that it slows you down not being able to do that. The physical exchange between Creed Humphrey and Mahomes.
Yeah, that's what I was like, I'm not worried about that.
But he's always played more shotgun than he's played under center his entire career.
For sure.
And the league is going more under center successfully than it ever has because the league changes and running backs matter. And you got to respect running backs. And that's why the under center passers mattered more this year. It's not hard to figure out. And a lot of this goes back to the run game and a million other things. The shot game, run set stuff, that's been reduced in effectiveness. So you got to adjust. Some of that's just getting a better running back, admittedly, but I'm just curious whether or not they actually are willing to make that shift.
Up next, we're going to get to what's trending, a little all 32, and yes, let's get to Bill Belichick, who is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's stunning in its own right, but let's have a little more nuanced conversation around it. I think the reaction has been a little comical to it. We'll explain why that's the case next.
You're listening to Cody and Gold. Tune in for the Chiefs Red Half Hour every day, starting at 11:30 right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
At Casey's, when someone asked for a cup of coffee that wouldn't put them in debt, but still had freshly ground beans, rich flavor, and a price that starts with a 9 and ends with a D9 cents, we were too nice to say no. Now get a small coffee, just 99 cents. Limited time only. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I love spending time outside at our house, but I noticed some paint was starting to peel. So I called CertaPro Painters to give us a fresh touch-up. We use CertaPro Painters inside and out at our place, and you should do the same. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Kansas City. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries, she can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Big game coverage on 96.5 The Fan is presented nationally by Tide. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
Hey Royals fans, it's Vern and the Hot Stove Show is back Thursday night starting at 6 o'clock right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. What's trending?
Cheddar, mozzarella, Havarti.
Number one on what's trending, it's something we're going to dive deeper into after we get through this. That is that Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. We were not even supposed to know this yesterday. That is, there was some reporting done. Somebody leaked it to Seth Wickersham and company over at ESPN. Next week is the NFL honors. That's when we find out the 2026 Hall of Fame class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. But this leaks out last night. My guess is it leaked out clearly from somebody that caught wind of, in their opinion, how absurd it was that Bill Belichick did not get in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. We're going to talk more about this. Ironically, I think the reaction has made me less upset about any of the whole process. The reaction from people has been really bizarre to me.
The clutching of the pearls certainly made it seem a lot worse. I feel like we already knew this, and this feels like maybe an agent thing, but Adam Schefter reporting what I thought we already knew. Quarterback Gardner Minshew did not tear his ACL as initially feared. Again, that was reported at the time. Bone bruise. He said Minshew didn't suffer any long-term damage. He's already back to full strength as he prepares to head to free agency. How much you want to bet that Adam Schefter is sending this out, even though, again, I think this was public information because the agent's like, hey, man, make sure Gardner Minshew's name's out there and that he didn't hurt. He's fine. I thought am I imagining that? There
was reporting after a couple days after the game that it was not, in fact, an ACL injury.
Yeah.
For Gardner Minshew, but
just
maybe not everybody knew, man.
They got stuck in the drafts?
Maybe not everybody actually knew that. Elsewhere, we know yesterday the news on the Royals front was about the 119th and null site no longer being considered. Today, the update is that Clay County has said they will not move forward with pursuit of the Royals. No April vote on tax for the new Royals Stadium. They said the team missed the January 8th deadline
to file to be on the ballot.
Yep. So the last 24 hours or so on the Royals front, it has everything just continuing to trend towards Washington Square Park.
Does feel that way. Absolutely. They also, by the way, the Royals announced they're once again going to pay free admission for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. A time-honored tradition the last couple of years. So if you've never been, that's insane. Go to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum for free in February, and the Royals will pay for it. Next up on What's Trending, local college hoops last night. Missouri got drubbed. 64-90 loss against Alabama. K-State also lost late to West Virginia. They gave up that game 59-54.
Last one on
Total beatdown.
What's Trending. Todd Monken is the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He was the OC for the Ravens prior to John Harbaugh's firing. Jim Schwartz was the DC in Cleveland. He's still under contract there, and the reporting was that whoever becomes the head coach has to, essentially, the ownership wanted him to agree to keep Jim Schwartz on as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Pelissero is reporting that Jim Schwartz is upset. He didn't get the head coaching job. He was saying goodbye to people and was visibly upset and doesn't want to return. So who knows how that's going to play out. Cleveland, baby. Love it.
He
Love the
reportedly has a
dysfunction.
great a great relationship with Myles Garrett. Come on down.
Schwartz does?
Yeah.
Also, the Lions are expected to hire Mike Kafka to be a high-level offensive assistant. So Kafka's not getting an OC gig. He's going to be just a high-level assistant with the Detroit
Myles Garrett
Lions.
is more than free to just say, hey, man, about that trade request. I know you guys paid me, but my guy's gone. Go ahead and trade me somewhere else. Go ahead.
Could. He definitely could.
Well, go send him to the NFC.
One other note, I guess, we should mention as well, the reporting from ESPN that two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home at the NBA trade deadline or in the offseason, as several rival teams have made aggressive offers to the Bucks, and the franchise is starting to listen. So it's so weird, though. Like, it's not flat out Giannis has requested a trade, but
he doesn't want that public. He doesn't want, he's always been that way.
I know.
Not every player
basically requesting a trade.
He said he would never ask for a trade.
But he is,
so
though. He is, though.
I don't know.
He's open to it. He didn't say, I request. Look,
yeah.
Players lie, coaches lie.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why this is new information. LeBron this week claimed that he did not ask the Lakers to draft Bronny Jr.
Part of me actually believes that because Rich Paul. No.
True.
No. Part of me believes that LeBron did not ask, but Rich Paul is the one that runs things for the Rich Paul, his agent. He is running rampant around that organization. He also represents Anthony Davis and said he wants the Mavs to trade Anthony Davis by the deadline. Anthony Davis didn't say anything. He wants him to trade him because I think it's best for his client. He's running the league right now.
Bronny.
The NBA is run by agents.
We will get to all 32 here in about 12 minutes or so, but the biggest story in the last 16 hours or so is around Bill Belichick, who was eligible to be a Hall of Famer this year. And even though we found out earlier than we should via reporting, Bill Belichick did not get the required votes. You need 40 at least of the 50 voters to vote you in. And his process is a little bit different, as we talked with Ross Tucker. This is not the same as the player pool. This is a pool that involves coaches and contributors, et cetera. So there were some people that perhaps voted because they figured he was going to get in, and so they didn't vote for him.
They were trying to get their vote for someone else.
This is why the process stinks. So a couple things I think can be true. I know everybody wants to make things black or white, and there's no gray area. I think this is one of those conversations, quite honestly, that there can be. For some of you, you're not going to agree with that, and that's fine. But here's where I'm at on it. One, would I have voted Bill Belichick to be a first ballot, in this case, Hall of Famer? Yes, absolutely. He has, including his assistant days, 8 rings, if we want to include him being a defensive coordinator. He absolutely is a Hall of Famer and should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. 2, I think the Hall of Fame process stinks, whether we're talking football or baseball. There's no transparency. You have some voters that vote for a player in baseball because he was nice to them in the clubhouse, and others because the guy was a jerk. They don't want to vote for you. And maybe that happened here. Maybe that happened here as well, all right? So I acknowledge that. I also think it's important to note, if you're so gung-ho about it being this atrocity that he didn't get voted in, you have to at least acknowledge that, maybe, just maybe,
the cheating matters.
There might be a few people out there that said, you know what? The biggest NFL scandal of the 21st century he was part of and at the head of, at the front of, maybe, just maybe, that's something I don't think I should vote first ballot for. Now, that doesn't mean I don't think he should be a Hall of Famer, but I would understand if someone voted that way. I would vote him first ballot, but this idea like that anybody remotely that did not vote for him, if it truly was for cheating reasons, that they're insane? No, they're not. Now, if we find out that somebody voted no because they thought he was a jerk, well, then you should no longer be allowed to vote. That's ridiculous.
I agree. That is a big part of the problem. Like, people are fearful that it's not the cheating, it's the cheating and that he was a jerk. And so they're thinking about the cheating because he's a jerk. But I really went into a deep dive of this last night and reminded myself of the entire case. And we don't have to hash it all out. We did that earlier in the show, of what took place during Spygate. But to brush it under the rug of that little Spygate thing, which seems like every single former player, everybody was doing it. All I'm saying is you better at least keep that same energy for baseball. You better be pro Bonds in, Clemens in, all of them. All of them.
And I do think, by the way, they should all be.
And so do I.
Yeah.
The same as I think Bill Belichick can be in. I mean, it's not. But I also don't think that when you tell his story, you just ignore the fact that he was a part of a massive cheating scandal. I don't care if everyone used to do it in the 90s, okay? There was a rule put in place by the NFL that said you can't do this anymore. And then for a decade straight, they got fined and kept doing it. They didn't care. They got told to get off the sideline. This isn't allowed. And then they snuck back on and kept recording. And then kept all those tapes, and then tried to lie. Bill Belichick at the time said, we didn't even use the tapes. Yeah, okay. That's what I do. I don't know about you guys. I make tapes of a bunch of stuff I'm never planning on using. Just hang them out. I'm cool. I just like, digital media. It's insane. And then they turned over tapes, and then they were like, hey, is this all of them? And then later, when they realized they were going to get caught again, they had to turn over even more they weren't initially going to do. So they kept it a big secret. It was cheating. He got busted for it. He got fined a first-round pick, fined $500,000, I think, the team. He got fined $250,000. He cheated. So that's the part that I don't understand. Why isn't someone allowed to have a hard line? Because you and I think cheaters should get in baseball, whatever.
Yeah.
Why isn't someone, though, allowed to have a hard line stance of, if you cheat, you're not a Hall of Famer? That doesn't seem that crazy to me. Someone is allowed to have that opinion on Bill Belichick. I don't understand why that's not allowed to be a part of the conversation. When they sit in that room and argue over who deserves to be a Hall of Famer, that has to be brought up.
Yeah.
I don't care if Bill Polian, bro. Someone had to bring it up.
We can get to Bill Polian because he's ridiculous in this whole thing, though. He's at Bill Polian is on one report last night to one reporter claimed he voted for Belichick. Then another interview, he says, I can't recall the classic. I can't recall if I actually voted 2 weeks ago or not for Belichick. You're either the worst liar or you should not be allowed to vote because you clearly aren't there. So one of the two is true. Bill Polian's a joke.
Answer, I think. Maybe a little bit.
Bill Polian is absolutely just bitter in this whole thing. I do agree with that. Well, the question we're never going to get the answer to, though, is of the 11 people, at least, that did not vote Belichick first ballot, how many of them truly did not vote, though, Cody, because of cheating?
Or because they're trying to get Kenny Anderson in?
Or because they were trying to get somebody else in who's not going to be eligible soon. How many voted because they just thought he was a jerk? Because again, if you just didn't vote because you thought he was a jerk, then you should have your vote taken away. That's ridiculous.
I agree.
But if there was truly, I don't know, if it wasn't all, I don't think all 11 didn't vote him in because of cheating. I think we'd be pretty naive to think that there wasn't somebody that chose not to vote for Belichick for reasons other than cheating. Unfortunately, I think there probably was. But if 5 people or 3 people didn't vote for him because of cheating and they said, hey, that's not the guy that I think should be a first ballot Hall of Famer because he's part of one of the bigger cheating scandals, of the biggest cheating scandal in the 21st century, then I have no issue with that. That's all I'm saying. But if I had a vote today or 2 weeks ago when they voted, I would vote him in. And for those that will immediately say, well, then what do you think about Tom Brady? Well, similar thing for me. Tom Brady, I would vote first ballot Hall of Famer. I also think because of this outrage, there is no chance Tom Brady won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer. There's also the fact that people will look at the cheating differently. They'll say Deflategate was a bunch of crap. Nobody cares. And they'll say Spygate, well, Bill Belichick orchestrated that, not Tom Brady. That's why I think the case is different.
I'll just tell you, and this is like a complete aside to it, because I don't disagree. And this guy on the text line who won't let it go and keeps claiming the Chiefs.
That guy's just a troll.
It is, but also, if you can prove it, I will agree with you. How about that?
Yeah, Andy Reid has never been part of a cheating scandal. So what the hell are we talking about?
But here's the. But like,
what honestly, now we're just making up stuff.
We can keep talking about Belichick and the deserving and all this stuff. As a slight aside to this, this has been a very stark reminder why I hate East Coast sports fans. if I got to have one more idiot like Dave Portnoy be like, I'll start my own Hall of Fame. Oh, you really got us. He'll get in the Hall of Fame. Relax a little. This is not the greatest injustice in American history. It turns out other things have happened. It's insane. They're acting like this is the single gravest thing that has ever occurred. He'll still be in the Hall of Fame in a year. It's fine.
Yeah, this is not the same as Barry Bonds, who will just never be in, and Roger Clemens, who will never be in, and some of these guys that'll never get in, and they didn't get in while they still put in somebody like David Ortiz, for example. You know, it's that part of it is not the same. I also think, though, moving forward with the Hall of Fame, the one part that is unfortunate about this, while Belichick will get in next year, the class this year, everybody's just going to be talking about Belichick. So it does ruin. This is where the voting transparency, I think, is necessary and why the voting process stinks for all these Hall of Fames. Now, whoever, like whether it's Eli Manning or whoever's going to get in this year, the fact that people are going to say, well, how did he get in before Bill Belichick? And so it is going to tarnish some of these other guys' moment next week at the NFL Honors when they get, I don't know if they still do the knock on the door, right? That David Baker used to do, the Hall of Fame president. That part will not have the same feeling because people will make it more about like, how did he get in but not Bill yet?
That is unfortunate.
That part does suck.
That really is unfortunate. And I don't like that for them, right? And I don't think, I mean, I will say, this is probably a life lesson that it's nice to treat people nicely. And then that can go a long way in this world. That when you interact with people in a public setting, or in a private setting, it's nice to be nice to people. And I'm not, but I don't, but again,
that
I don't,
should not prevent. T.O. should not have had to have waited because
and Chris Carter and all the other guys, they reported because they didn't get along with the media. That's crazy.
Somebody will
it's a terrible
always,
way to vote.
This is why I know you brought up the point of like, hey, if it's transparent for voting, then people feel pressured, and that's a fair point.
Or like the safety thing because of the people are crazy.
I think the other part though is with this voting, there's always somebody that will find a reason though. Look at Ken Griffey Jr., who was squeaky clean. He wasn't even unanimous.
No.
Mario Rivera was he's still the only unanimous selection, if I'm not mistaken.
Legitimately, probably only because like some New York media member didn't want to vote in Griffey the first time, but he's from New York, so he did for Mariano. Stupid reasons.
Yeah, but if Ken Griffey can't be unanimous, then what, so this is not unique to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
No.
So I just think multiple things can be true. We can all agree first ballot Hall of Famer Bill Belichick, absolutely. But also, I just have no issue if someone truly voted no because they thought, hey, man, cheating matters to me, and I don't think that guy should be in his first year. I also have no issue with that. That's all.
It's crazy because it's not even like he was a punished cheater, right? Like, and again, this goes like, and this is probably the difference where like everybody thinks because we're in the Midwest or whatever, that we're going to be said, I don't even think Deflategate's that big of a deal. Way overblown. Don't care. The only weird part about it is why did Tom Brady destroy his cell phone and be like, I always destroy my cell phone. It's a totally normal thing to do. I don't think so. I don't think that's a totally normal thing to do.
That was odd.
But I assume that he destroyed it because there was other stuff he didn't want on there, not that I told him to take some air out of a football.
It also wasn't going to change that game, by the way, because the Colts lost. They got beat like 42-14 or something like that.
Genuinely
wouldn't have mattered.
Do not care about Deflategate. It barely even registers as one of the scandals. Spygate was ongoing and perpetrated and careful and thought out and gave them a clear advantage. The NFL said it. In their own statement in punishing the New England Patriots, they said this gained a competitive advantage over fair play. So like, I would have just been like, he's still the greatest coach. He's still the most accomplished coach of all time. He can be in. Whether I vote him in now or a year from now, he's a Hall of Famer. So
gold jacket's still the same.
Yep. So sure, Bill. Go ahead and go on in. I'd have voted him in. But again, like Gold, I can't see why, and this is just like the idea of groupthink versus this. If we wanted to create a panel where everybody just voted for the same people every time, then what's the point of even having a panel? We can just do the Analytics Hall of Fame. And we can run the numbers, and whoever's the most successful at the thing they do, statistically, they're the Hall of Famer, and then we have no nuance or
the point of a committee.
thought.
The point of a committee is to have some varying opinions, right? That's the whole point. It doesn't mean that they always end up reaching the exact outcome the masses agree with. But yeah, this is one of those circumstances where there are clearly people on that committee for various reasons that disagreed with it. That's the whole point, but whatever. I honestly, like, we were going to talk about this no matter what today at some sort. I honestly was shocked he wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, But I was even more, I guess, shocked with the reaction from virtually, like, we're in the minority on this show talking about it, in our opinion, at least on it. I'm just stunned with the end of the world. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to the history of the NFL. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it'll never be the same. That part is crazy. Yes, that part is crazy to me.
We're showing the minority. Skip Bayless has the same take as us guys.
No, his no.
Oh, come on, man.
His take.
We're lumped in with Skip?
No, Skip Bayless said he would not have voted for him.
Oh, to be in the Hall of Fame now because of it.
Yes.
Okay. So
I would, if I had a vote, Belichick would be.
So he's a tad beyond. Okay.
There's about 4 or 5 people I never want to agree with, and Skip on a sports take that seems outside the popular authority.
Every now and then, Skip has a take that makes sense. You know,
but it's always just like
he says stuff he doesn't believe. I've told you, like, you guys can disagree with my opinion or Cody's opinion. I actually do think this is just fundamentally something that I just firmly am against. You might think an opinion is stupid that I have or disagree with the take. I don't say anything that I don't actually believe. So I'm not just saying the Bill Belichick stuff just to, I truly believe that. And you may think it's dumb. That's cool. I'm not just spouting BS to spout BS. That's just not who I've ever been on the radio. I think it's disingenuous. I can't stand people that do that crap. And in fairness, it works on the national platform, so good for them.
They make a lot of money.
Make a ton of money. Could make a lot more money doing that.
Dan just catching a stray today.
Well, sorry, Dan.
Did he even give an opinion on the Bill Belichick thing? He probably also thought it was.
He used to not be hot take guy, but that's who he is now too.
Sometimes I think they must just sit in a room in those national TV meetings and just be like, "Hey, I got a crazy thing to think. Who's willing to say this?"
It is kind of wild how people went from Bill Belichick is washed, people making fun of him at North Carolina, to all of a sudden freaking out.
It really has helped. I think Ross Tucker said, he's become a martyr all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It is weird. Suddenly Bill Belichick's become poor Bill in this entire thing.
That is a weird shift. He should actually, you know what? In retrospect, Bill Belichick should be thanking these people who didn't vote him in.
There you go.
Finally put him in a positive light. Bill Belichick should actually be thankful.
Just wait till the speech.
He should be thankful for the people. He made him look better when everything was going south for him for the last 6 years from a public perspective. They actually helped Bill Belichick. Maybe it was a deep state conspiracy in order to make Bill Belichick look better. He actually asked them not to vote for him. Could have been it. Who knows, right?
The opening statement, well, it's better late than never, but here we are.
All right, let's get to all 32 here on Cody and Gold. So Aaron Glenn is the head coach of the New York Jets still. And if you guys have kept an eye on it at all remotely, I don't expect you to follow the Jets. They're a joke. They don't matter. They don't matter. They're a joke. They're irrelevant. They have allowed him to keep his job, Aaron Glenn, while letting him literally fire every offensive coordinator, assistant, defensive coordinator, defensive line coach.
They hired, right?
They had people he just hired a year ago. So that disaster this year, you're saying, oh, you know what? Mulligan, Aaron Glenn. You did a terrible job hiring all these people. It was all their fault. We're going to let you hire everybody again, a different group of people, and now do it. And when we all know you're going to get fired this time next year anyway. What a waste of time. Why are you letting him do this again? And to make matters worse, we know nobody wants to work with the Jets because even John Gruden was asked, hey, would you want to join the Jets staff as an offensive assistant or coordinator? He turned it down reportedly. That's how much a joke the Jets are. That John Gruden, who desperately wants back in the NFL, he's turning down your coaching opportunities. And it's not like this guy has a ton of them right now.
No. He's just doing unboxing videos, essentially from different colleges for the last part of this century. So, yeah, I think that is surprising. But also, yeah, I'm kind of with you. This is the way coaching goes. If you think that he was so stupid he just hired every wrong person on the planet, why does he get to hire new people? He should be gone and you should start fresh and everything else. The only difference is here, I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at 2 anymore. So maybe he's not going to be screwing around a quarterback. Because if this had been if he had actually come out Dante Moore, then I think that this would be even more egregious.
Yeah.
Allowing Aaron Glenn to stay in charge.
You're actually kind of right.
Less bad.
It is actually, you're actually right. As a Jets fan, thank goodness Dante Moore's not coming out. You're exactly right.
You don't want Aaron Glenn and his whole new offensive staff screwing this up. You might as well wait for a quarterback till next year.
I like Aaron Glenn.
I'm going to do my all 32 on the Denver Broncos.
I'm sure he's a great person. I just think he sucks as a coach.
Yeah, those are different. As a head coach.
Yeah.
As a coordinator, seemed like he did a nice job there in Detroit. But I'm going to head to the Denver Broncos, who I think once again points to why Sean Payton is one of the biggest snakes in the grass in the entire NFL. and is a weasel, if you want me to be honest. My honest opinion, Sean Payton, weasel. He this week fired Joe Lombardi, his offensive coordinator, who I thought overachieved based on the skill position players that they had. Not to mention, that's his dog. They've been working together for like 30 years, man. They go way the hell back. They've been working together forever. All because 30-year-old Davis Webb started getting some interviews, and he was like, well, I can't lose him. Get out, Joe. I don't care that we've worked together for a lifetime. Your ass is on the street. That is ice-cold business. This has nothing to do with football. He doesn't think Joe Lombardi can't coach offense. He's just doing it to save a different guy. And he threw a long-term friendship and OC out on the street because of it. I thought it was wild behavior.
Well, and Sean Payton's the one calling the plays. So even if you want to claim it was like performance, Joe Lombardi wasn't the one calling plays.
Yeah.
That was you, Sean Payton.
So, I just thought, that's
now maybe
cool.
Lombardi's going to go to a place where he can call plays, Cody.
They worked together like the entire time he was in New Orleans together. They were at a previous, they have worked together for, that's his guy. That's his guy. And I thought, again, considering it was Bo Nix and some of the limited, wide receiver weapons, they were a league average offense. I don't think they were supposed to be better than that, I guess. Come to the AFC Championship game as an OC, and still his ass is out on the street.
Crazy times.
I just think Sean Payton's kind of a snake.
What'd you call him, a weasel? I since I'm playing the audio from my desktop, I couldn't go back and cut it because otherwise you'd hear me cutting it. But I will cut you saying weasel because of all the animals. Anyways, my All-32 is going to be on the LA Rams, and that if Matt Stafford is indeed going to retire, they should go if they believe Fernando Mendoza can be the guy, they should go all in on getting that first pick. I don't know what it takes.
Can they get that from the Raiders?
But for that, I think they should consider all in on getting Fernando Mendoza. Do what it takes. Locking your quarterback that Sean McVay is going to have theoretically the rest of the time that he's in LA.
The only question I would ask, though, Drew, and I think this is the pretty big one.
What does it take?
No, has anyone ever jumped from the mid-20s to number one overall? That might take 10 first-round picks. There might not be a price you can pay.
I have no idea.
I guess is what it is. I'm not sure, Gold, that there's a number you can pay on a piece of paper to jump up that high.
The Ricky Williams one wasn't half of ours. The Ricky Williams,
and that turned out to be one of the worst trades.
Well, yeah, because it was for a running back. I think it could also turn out bad if Fernando Mendoza isn't the guy. But
I don't think the Raiders would do the trade, but I'll play along a little bit. I don't think the Raiders would trade the first pick this year. But if you're wanting fundamentally the value,
they should go all in.
Pick 13 the Rams have is worth on the draft chart. This is just from one draft chart.
They got pick 13.
Pick 13 from the Falcons. So they have pick 13, which is $1,150 is what that pick is worth. They also have pick 29, so $640. So let's call it $1,800 worth of picks, just to make it simple.
Yeah.
Pick one is $3,000.
So they have to give up next year's first.
They have to give up 2 firsts this year.
1 first.
They have 2 firsts this year, a first next year, and something else probably to make it happen.
If Fernando Mendoza hits, if Fernando Mendoza is even solid,
Raiders, you just can't do it.
There's
no
I
amount of
understand
first-round picks you can take. You just don't get to pick 1-1 very often.
If you're the Rams, though, why? If you think he's the guy, I'd be all for that. If I'm the Rams, you only have to give up 3 first-round picks, and if it hits, you got your quarterback of the future to go with Puka.
Look, I'd be tempted if I were the Rams
and you can jump a rebuild.
But if I think I'm getting one more year of Stafford, which I think is more than possible there in LA, well, then I take a second or third round guy and see if I can't get lucky first. And then I worry about those
not this
next
year.
You know what I would do? I'd call up. You said 3 first-round picks. I'd go take those 3 first-round picks.
You have to give a whole lot more than that.
And I'd call up the Ravens to see if Lamar still wants to be there.
You'd have to give up a whole lot more for Lamar Jackson.
I don't think so. I think the price tag's the same as going up to
3 first-round picks. I'd start there and see if Joe Burrow is actually happy in Cincinnati.
Cody, we're talking about a 2-time MVP though, compared to a rookie that we don't know.
I'm talking about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's not available for 4 first-round picks. I mean, he's not a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, someone's saying the Rams don't have first-round picks. They have 2.
They do. They traded last year.
They have
the
2. Yeah.
That was the old Les Snead. Now he's all about first-round
picks. It does feel like the way that they do business is different than other teams, and they're willing to trade and do these other things to try to skip the rebuild, which they did very successfully. Because they went all in on that one Super Bowl that they got, and then they turned it around really quickly.
I was going to say,
back.
If I'm giving a 4 first-round picks, though, it's got to be for Joe Burrow.
It's got to be an established quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not doing that hoping Fernando Mendoza's good.
Yeah, but I think you're to get a guy like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, you'd have to give up at least 5 or 6 picks, including 4 first-rounders at minimum. You might have to give up 5 or 6 first-round picks. To get a guy like that.
I don't know. Drew, if he doesn't want to leave, maybe. But because of where Cincinnati is, I don't think it takes 4 or 5.
It doesn't matter
whether
whether
I've watched big-time players be traded before. They never took 4 or 5 first-round picks.
I don't think the Bengals are not taking 6 first-round picks. The Bengals are not taking that deal. Like, it doesn't matter if Joe Burrow wants to go or not. Like, I think that the Bengals aren't. If the Rams offered this offseason, or if the Raiders offered
Puka and 3 firsts for Joe Burrow. Fine. Then they can have T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Puka, and they can have Jake Browning throwing the football.
Jamar Chase is asking out the next day. I guarantee you that.
When's the last time a top 5 quarterback in the NFL was traded?
Never. In their prime, just doesn't happen, man. There is no example. I mean, not in their prime.
I mean, if Lamar gets traded, that'd be the first time.
Plus, yes, the first time. There is.
There's not a single other time
in their prime.
Top 5 quarterback got traded.
No, because Rodgers is late in his career. Like, there's not in their prime. It just doesn't happen. Point being, I don't think if I'm the Raiders, I'm even accepting that Rams deal to move up to 1. Not for Mendoza. Not for now. Next year, it's actually more interesting because people will look at the lineage and they'll say, let's say Arch Manning has a great college season. I think there would be way more likely a team in the NFL to say, oh, part of the Manning family might be willing to do that because the track record is just so much better.
Yeah. The understanding of the game part.
No. Interesting. All right. That is all 32. Up next, let's get into a couple of the areas on the Chiefs and what Pete Sweeney said over at the Kansas City Star about some of the thinner areas for this Chiefs roster. Disagree on a couple of the spots. Plus, we'll get to the random question of the day next.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I completely agree. You are worth more, and your car's worth more, and we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin.com for good cars, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Don't let winter catch you off guard. Keep your family cozy with a $69 heating system tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. We have pros available 7 days a week to keep your system running at peak efficiency, helping prevent costly breakdowns, lower energy bills, and keep your home warm all winter long. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Where can you find an extensive line of Blue Demon welding supplies, filler, rods, and wire? Metal by the Foot, located in Casey and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Random question of the day coming up in about 10 minutes. Cody and Gold, Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. Don't forget this Saturday, Royals Rally out at Kauffman Stadium. You can still go to Royals.com, buy tickets for your certain window, chance to get some autographs from some of the star players, hang out. Other Royals fans get a jump start on spring training, which gets going next week, I think, for pitchers and catchers. Plus, Vern will be broadcasting live at Royals Rally this Saturday right here on 96.5 The Fan. So Pete Sweeney, who now, of course, is over at the Kansas City Star, he had a write-up about the Chiefs' 3 weakest positions, in his mind, entering the season for 2026, entering the offseason, and where should they start, and how he went about it is he looked at the depth chart and then he basically took 24 or so players that are going to be unrestricted free agents.
Looked at the roster as it currently sits.
And
who's
so
under contract?
What does it do? So all of a sudden, Brashard Smith would be listed as the starting running back currently because Pacheco and Kareem Hunt are not under contract. And so based on that, he went through what he considers the thinnest positions.
Yeah, and look, I think it's important to note the way he went about the order, because the most initial shocking thing is defensive line is not on the list. And you're like,
what?
Hold on, wait. The pass rush stunk. Matter of fact, defensive end is 6th. Defensive tackle is 4th. Wide receiver 5th. And then the top 3 are tight end at 3, running back at 2, and safety at 1. And I was trying to look at it through his lens a little bit and through the lens of, if I simply look at the Chiefs roster as where are the areas in which they have the least talent, it's actually not wrong. They have more talent on the defensive line than they have at safety, at tight end, assuming Travis Kelce doesn't come back, which this article is doing because he's not under contract, and at running back, where the only person under contract is Brashard Smith and, not even Carson Steele anymore, right? So if you look at it simply through that lens, it's not wrong. Now, here's the problem. You and I know the defensive line is far, 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 far more important than just about any of those other positions we just listed. And so if you consider it from that perspective, we kind of get stuck into a range of how can I value that versus the players they have. I was thinking about it from this end. On the defensive line, and this is, I guess, the one good thing they've got going for them at number 9, or just in general in the free agency. At defensive line, they have a slightly below average defensive line on paper right now, but it's not the worst. Goal, if they had to roll out the people they had under contract right now in the defensive line, it's not the worst one in the league. Still got Chris Jones. Karlaftis is a viable pass rusher. You would think in year 2, Gelati and Norman Lott would help you a little, help you more than they did the previous year. Maybe FAU, he was at least a rotational defensive lineman before. So under contract, it's not as bleak. Safety is the one that stood out to me in this list because that is bleak. Who the hell they got on the back end right now that you trust? Are you sure about? Because Brian Cook's a free agent. Jaden Hicks didn't have quite the year they were hoping, although I thought maybe some of that was opportunity, but still.
I think the thinner position, even if you want to do it by who may or may not be under contract, you have to still consider, I think, a little bit off of just performance and what you have there.
Yeah.
To me, it works both ways. I think defensive line, yes, they might have the bodies to field a roster on the defensive line, but we know there's a couple names that are like Mike Dana might get cut anyway. There's a chance. Felix Anudike-Uzomah, in all likelihood, either makes it to camp and gets cut or doesn't even make it to training camp.
They're on the roster, and if they had to start
I know. But
it does make for some slightly below league average defensive line.
To get back to being championship caliber, I think it is more important to address defensive line than safety, in my opinion.
I think if you want an elite level defense again, you need it. But I would say that they were one of the, for a majority of the year, 5 or 10 best defenses in the league last year. And they did that with almost this near identical offensive line. The only difference is Charles Omenihu, and he stunk. So, I don't know. I mean, not a huge drop off there from anywhere else. I mean, it's pretty close to last year's defensive line. I think that's when he started going through that list. That's how they got there. I think tomorrow it's probably worth discussing what do they do at tight end if Travis Kelce doesn't come back and the importance of that position as it relates to how their offense functions. But there is part of the secondary where I'm like, for the first time in a while, man, there are some unknowns. As in, okay, so Jalen Watson, he's a free agent. This is, again, why safety and corner are on that list. Jalen Watson is not under contract. Noah Williams is in year 2. They are banking on, and now Trent McDuffie's under contract. There's been no whispers of any of the conversation we've kicked around, like would they even entertain trading him? But that would open up a whole nother bag. And then again, safety play. Brian Cook is one of those players that after I went back on the season, I underappreciated the job he did this year for the Chiefs. And everyone in the NFL clearly values him. Because if you listen to people talk about best available free agents, how much you want to bet if I pull up a best available free agent list right now that Brian Cook is in the top 20?
Yeah, we went through. We looked at a couple of the safety names, and they're not safeties are usually not household names unless you're the Kyle Hamiltons and et cetera of the
Here's
world.
ESPN's. Let's see if he's in the top 20. Brees Hall's at 7. We can go through some Chiefs players. Trey Hendrickson, number 1, because pass rush for the same reason.
Sure.
Because you need it. George Pickens at 2, who again, Mike.
He's going to get tagged. He's going to get franchise tagged.
Jalen Watson at 16.
He's going to get a bigger deal than we realize. And hopefully,
Brian Cook, 25.
There you go.
And this is ESPN's list from, let's see, today. This is ESPN's top 25 list. And that's the other part about their roster and why they have holes and needs. They have multiple guys listed in this top 25, all in the secondary. That goes back to the same thing. Do they go Caleb Downs? Do they go? Is there a corner that's getting projected at 9? I don't feel like I've seen a corner that high.
Only defensive.
Yeah. There was we saw Mansour Delane get marked there from LSU.
That's right.
Also, Jermod McCoy is another name to watch potentially at corner at that 9, 10, 11 sort of range.
But he didn't even play last year, did he?
Jermod McCoy did not play last year. He tore his ACL, but he's valued and regarded that highly. That he'll go top 15.
Okay, as I say, top 10. He could set a whole year and still go top 10.
He's been mocked to the Chiefs before. He's been mocked to the Bengals a couple of times as well. He's considered that highly. He's been mocked top 12 on a regular basis.
Josh Simmons fell, and he still at least did play like 3 or 4 games his year as a left tackle.
He's considered to be that good, I think.
This is the trouble with safety and corner, though, is because if I said at market price, who do you want in Kansas City? Alec Pierce, Brees Hall, Brian Cook, Jalen Watson. Jalen Watson and Brian Cook are 3rd and 4th on the 4 guys I just listed.
Jalen Watson and Brees Hall would be my answer of the names you mentioned right there.
Yeah, and then there's so many other options available, or ETN, or like we start talking market value. You always lean towards like the defensive players, or in this case, you and I want a running back. So, somebody off of at least that tree. That was an interesting way to look at it for sure. And it made me actually think that while they definitely need defensive line help, and at number 9, I'm very interested in defensive line, that it's not, I don't want to make it seem like it's like the apocalypse on the defensive line, because it's not. It is a slightly below average defensive line as it sits right now. So if they took at number 9, and I don't want them to take Caleb Downs, or they took Carnell Tate, or they took Lemon, and they helped their defensive line with the 40th overall selection, I'm going to live.
It depends on what.
Now, I don't want them to not take one in the top 2 picks.
For me, it depends what do they do in free agency. I mean, if they address defensive line in a significant way in free agency, well, then the opinion of it needing to be the 9th overall pick changes. I don't know if they can. I know Boye Mafe is a name that's come up. If they were to sign him, then maybe you don't feel as pressed to take somebody at 9. If they go and sign a veteran safety, well, then why would I take a safety at 9 with Caleb Downs? If they go and sign Alec Pierce, well, then, do you just go all in at wide receiver and take Carnell Tate as well? And then next year, what, you're going to roll out Rashee Rice, Worthy, Pierce, and Carnell Tate? And then in a year from now, you would still have Worthy, Tate, and Pierce? Sure, that sounds fun, but I don't see them doing that. That sounds really fun.
That does sound fun. Hold on. Yeah. What if they just have the worst defense in the NFL, but that's their unit?
Hey, presenting the 2024 Cincinnati Bengals, who did not make the playoffs. That's
their defense won't be that bad.
24 wasn't worse. It wasn't the worst either.
It wasn't? Because I've seen the Chiefs with the worst defense.
They were
in the
bottom
NFL.
5 last year.
24. They also missed the playoffs, and the defense was garbage. Because remember, they scored all those points, and Burrow played the whole year, and that's all you could say is poor Joe Burrow. We'd be saying poor Patrick Mahomes.
I don't think their defense would ever be that bad.
Well, that's my point. Is you're
you
saying,
just said the worst defense in the league.
No. Hold on. Now we're getting confused.
I was exaggerating.
Now we're getting confused.
Oh, okay.
Cincinnati.
Okay, there we go.
No.
You're saying the worst defense in the league.
All right, yeah, because you're saying
If I said that, I was exaggerating.
One of you said it'd be just like Drew. You said it'd be just like Cincinnati.
Yeah, because
and I said no because I don't think the Chiefs, even if they didn't address defense at all, would be the worst defense in football.
The reason I said that is because Cody said they could have the worst defense in the league, and we'll go all in.
In that case, I was being hyperbolic.
Okay,
because I don't think that they would be that bad. Cincinnati that year actually was 25th, so they weren't the worst defense in the league in 2024.
Okay, all right,
they weren't great.
I do think the whole idea though of you can never have too many edge rushers. They can sign. I think they should sign somebody, and they should draft somebody at 9.
Oh yeah, they've also
I would have no problem if they went and drafted, because you're not going to have Charles Omenihu. You're going to move on from a couple people on the defensive line in general, anyways. Draft a defensive lineman at 9, sign one in free agency. You can never have too many pass rushers, and in terms of just having a rotation of guys where you're almost banking. I know you said with this class, Cody, you need to have them be more ready to go than Gelati and Omar Norman Lott. Instead of signing one in free agency and hoping that Gelati and Norman Lott get better, why not just sign one in free agency, draft one at 9, and then have Gelati as your rotation guy? Pretty good rotation guy to have just based on what we saw last year. If Norman Lott is a starter, then that's fine. I think drafting an edge at 9 and also signing one is, you can never have too many of those guys, and I think that's something they should consider.
It's not a terrible strategy, but I also feel like they could probably help offense and help defense.
Unless you think there's more, unless there's too many holes, I guess. Like going into pizza, like do you think they have to address any of those top 3 needs in the first 2 or 3 rounds? Then maybe it changes your opinion based on what they do in free agency.
This is one of those flip arguments, and it's really small though. For why wide receiver, then defensive end, not defensive end, and then wide receiver in rounds 1 and 2 is. I'll tell you right now, if they take a wide receiver number 9, he is the number 2 wide receiver on the team game 1. And if I take a defensive lineman at 40, he has a 50-50 chance of being the starting edge for this team this year. If I inverse it, the wide receiver's got no chance of being a starter. He's like 5th on the depth chart.
Hold on. How not?
Because they never do that.
But we
any
know
wide
that's
receiver
not right.
in their entire history.
But we know that, like, I think from the standpoint of like Rashee Rice, I guess is the example because he was a 2nd-round pick. I think
he's the closest they've gotten. Yeah.
It's hard to argue against what they've had at wide receiver and them playing guys who are younger and them having success. Why wouldn't you?
He's just not going to jump Rice. He's not going to jump Rice worthy.
And I think that's one of the things that when we look at the Andy Reid in terms of adjusting things over the last couple of years, if they go another year where they draft a guy in the top 2 rounds, and let's say it's the 2nd round, and they don't play him, that's a problem, and that's something you have to look at Andy Reid for and asking that question. Why is he not playing?
No, so here's the thing. I think it's dependent. So if I'd said, hey, why weren't they playing Sky Moore more? He was a 2nd-round pick. Well, because he stinks. Like, not a mystery why Sky Moore didn't play. He was no good at football. Like, they weren't, like, so in every case in which they're holding a player back, it's not, they've got a potential all-pro and they won't put him on the field. Sometimes they're not good football players. And so they played Rashee Rice was a 2nd-round pick. They paid him a lot. They used him as one of their leading wide receivers that year. He was their number 1 wide receiver target in the year. So it's not a 0% chance, Drew, in fairness, but is a much smaller chance in the inverse, I guess is what I was saying. And so they don't just play, like, they are worse or slower to play some guys. But some guys they don't play, and it turns out there was a pretty good reason why they didn't play him.
It just makes me think, like, if
I don't want him playing Sky Moore if he can't play.
It just makes me think if the Chiefs would have drafted Puka Nacua in the 4th round, and he would not have played a single snap of his rookie season. And he would not be the same player that we see now.
But they drafted that. They drafted that. They drafted Tyreek Hill in the 5th round. They played him immediately. But to a lower extent than Puka, he had 600 yards receiving and a few hundred yards, and he was a kick returner and did all that. And then by the following year, he was the number 1 wideout in the league. He was slower, but not way slower than Puka. They did still at least play him. They took a player. I know they're not the same style of player, but as in they took their version of Puka.
I get the overall point about them not playing young player. The Puka thing is, to me, a bit of an unfair comp, just given the nature of what he's turned out to be and how literally every team passed on him 4 or 5 times before he got drafted. So that one's a little tough. And just that's like saying Brock Purdy, if the Patriots would have drafted Brock Purdy, he never would be who he is today. Like, probably not, because he was Mr. Irrelevant. Like, those are just hard ones to comp or blame anybody on and try to, like, act as if he wouldn't have developed into that player in another system. When we're talking about somebody that's turned out to, like, Puka's turned out to be a top 5 receiver, and all these teams pass on him. So, like, I don't think it would have been unique. Like, if you're telling me if the Chiefs would have drafted Puka, like, now suddenly act like they have no ability to evaluate any talent once they see it on the practice field.
Tyreek Hill had 9 touchdowns and 862 total yards, like yards from scrimmage, like rushing and receiving.
Yeah, but you just said that if they drafted somebody in the second round, they wouldn't play.
I think it's far less likely they would play than if they take a defensive lineman in the second round.
But why?
Yes.
Just because that's the way they do things?
And the nature of the depth chart. It's both. The nature of the depth chart also works against them in the sense that any wide receiver, if you're taking at 9, you can jump Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy right away. But if you're taking at 40, you can't. Like, not likely. Not 0, but not likely.
They'd likely be a number. They'd be in the rotation. I think they would have, as a second-round pick, you would have to be 3rd or 4th.
I mean, look, if they drafted Carnell Tate, he's not the number 1 wide receiver. This is the debate we got into when they drafted Xavier Worthy. I think Cody and I actually argued back and forth on this. I think your take, correct me if I'm wrong, at the time, you were like, well, Worthy's the number 1 wide receiver. And I said, no.
I said he should be.
And I'm like, no, he's not. No, I go, Rice is still the number 1 receiver. Same, if they draft Carnell Tate or Mekhi Lemon, he's not suddenly the number 1 wide receiver.
I also think that's a huge jump from like 24 to 9.
But fine. But even like, would you be arguing if they drafted Carnell Tate that he's the number 1 wide receiver? Because he won't be. Not in his rookie year, he won't. Doesn't mean
would be one.
No, Rashee Rice would be the number 1 wide receiver. Doesn't mean that by the end of the year we don't say he's better than that player. I'm just talking like literally on the depth chart and who gets the most targets in the first 2 months of the season. There's not even a question in my mind. They could draft. They could have the number 1 overall pick and draft a receiver, and that guy still wouldn't be.
It's also just tough because in the NFL, how many rookie wide receivers are the number 1 target on their team? And I think it's 1.
Jamar Chase was. I think
last year. I'm just talking about last year. Ted McMillan. In the list, he was.
Probably, yeah.
He was their number 1.
I don't know who else was taken first round like that.
Egbuka, Warren, Loveland, all those guys were taken. Hell, if you go further down like Luther Burden or anybody else, those were probably the next guys taken. But
it probably is just Ted.
Probably just Ted. So, I mean, to your point, yes. Usually. But it's also like they have to be eventually, you know.
Random question.
Random question today brought to you by Kansas City Urology Care at KCUC. Remember, you see the best in KC. Visit kcurology.com today. For you, Gold, you, Drew, text line 913-586-7965. And, of course, over on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook, where we live stream the show every single day. You can catch us over on video, over on those platforms. Like and subscribe to YouTube. Get some of our content over there. So, question I have you today, even though you're currently single, as far as I know, unless you've gotten a girlfriend.
Yeah, surprise! I'm actually engaged. Yeah, no, I am single.
Whoa. If you broke that news like this on this show, I'd be like, what the hell happened here?
Drew's most likely to do that.
You were the
Drew's most likely to do that, like to announce some relationship news out of nowhere. We've learned so much about Drew randomly. All of a sudden, we're like, what?
Yeah.
Cody, would your first question, if Gold was like, hey, I'm engaged, would your first question be, is it an AI chatbot like Aaron Rodgers?
I know. My first question would be, did you get a brain tumor? Did it alter your brain chemistry? Did something happen? I've known Alex a long time. This isn't even meant to be a knock. Of all the people currently in my life, Alex strikes me as the least likely person that I know to have a shotgun wedding. No chance. I'm not saying to get married, but to have a shotgun wedding? To have a secret surprise engagement that happened overnight? No way. No way. That's just not who you are. Yep. You're going to see this thing out. The question I have, though, is about Valentine's Day.
All right.
So you're going to have to imagine the hypothetical, Drew. I'll ask you, would you be interested in a Valentine's Day date to Waffle House? Over at the USA Today. Over at USA Today, they're saying, in addition to, they're now taking reservations for Valentine's Day. In addition to festive tablecloths and other decor, Waffle House serves guest special menu items.
Yeah, listen to this.
Oh, is there a report?
Yes.
Valentine's Day, Waffle House is stealing the spotlight with a one-of-a-kind romantic dinner. 200 select locations will dim the lights, add white tablecloths and candles, and offer reservation-only seating for February 14th. So spots are filling up fast for this. To grab a table between 5 and 9 p.m., you'll need to call your local Waffle House directly. So to see if your location is included, there's a list posted at fox5atlanta.com. So we want to know, would a Waffle House date on Valentine's Day interest you? Let us know.
Legit, there's one in Kansas City that's doing it. It's the Bonner Springs location, it appears. And I'm clicking through all the times right now. I'm not sure I can get a spot. I don't even think if I wanted to take my wife. Hold on, back to 6:15 now. 6. Got to go early to Waffle House.
No, I'm not going.
5:45, 5:30.
I love Waffle House.
Man, it's butcher.
I haven't been in a while, admittedly, but Waffle House is incredible. The hash browns, oh my goodness.
They just
I'm not going
the one
on
near my house, and I didn't even realize they did that.
I'm not going
completely renovated.
Valentine's Day to Waffle House.
Why not?
No.
You know what?
No.
What's wrong with the food choice?
No.
Waffles, get a little scramble, some hash in there.
Jay Binkley would absolutely be about it.
Look, Waffle House is great, but for Valentine's Day, I'm going somewhere a little nicer. Sorry.
Someone said they have a reservation for 2 a.m.
Somebody says my wife is very bougie. If I showed up there on Valentine's Day in the parking lot, she would wait in the truck until I came back out, and the next day would be the worst day of my life. Just immediately
I don't know if
you're.
you're convincing many wives to join you at Waffle House.
Look,
let me just ask you. Okay,
let's
Cody,
vary-
you're married.
I think my wife
if
would go
you
to Waffle
told
House
Emma
if I
today,
said.
if you told Emma today, now let me ask you. Let me back up for a second. Do you and Emma normally on Valentine's go out to dinner?
Not normally.
Okay, so you're a bad example here because you guys
I am
don't
a
care
bad
anyway.
example.
Let's just play along.
Valentine's Day ranks very low on our holidays we celebrate together list.
So you guys don't care really to begin with. So maybe that's the wrong person. If
Solo
someone,
steaks.
I would love to know someone that normally goes to, let's just say, your nice steakhouse or wherever on Valentine's Day. If all of a sudden 2 weeks before Valentine's, you went to your wife and you said, hey, instead of that really nice steakhouse we go to every Valentine's Day, have a nice glass of wine, how would you feel about getting some hash browns smothered and capped, and we're just going to go to Waffle House? What do you think she's saying?
I think if they have any sense of adventure at all, the answer is yes. Why does it have to be the same thing? Why do I want to repeat experiences in my life, Drew? What? I just want to go to the same steakhouse for every Valentine's Day for the rest of time?
You know what?
One Valentine's Day at Waffle House is going to be more memorable than the 8th time I went to Outback.
You bring up a very good point, I think. I'm not sure. I don't think it would be a problem if we went to Waffle House, but I don't think it would obviously be on the first. It would be like, really, you want to go to Waffle House? It wouldn't. Not that it would go poorly, but
you said, yeah, let's mix it up a little bit. Have some fun.
I think it would be different.
There's just no way.
I think you up the gift if that counts. So if she's somebody who cares about that, you normally go out to a steakhouse. I think what you do to counteract it is you go to Waffle House, but you up the gift a little bit. It's like a nice little break even.
I will say
Drew's first date was at an Applebee's. Why can't Valentine's Day be a Waffle
Cody,
House?
I will say this as well.
Yes.
If you give the gift first and then you say, hey, you want to go to Waffle House, I think they might be more likely to go to. They're more likely to go to a Waffle House.
They got to make the reservation anyway.
I just can't imagine some here's some new carrot diamond, half carat diamond rings, diamond earrings, and then we're going to Waffle House. The two don't jive. It's one or the other. Like it's
nice
don't
to have
think
the juxtaposition. You know?
I don't think that's happening. The person
maybe
that's
don't wear them to Waffle House depending on the one.
But there's no way. Again, I really do like Waffle House, but there's just no way in hell that I'm ever going on a Valentine's date to Waffle House.
Someone
no way.
said, I'm taking my wife to Cancun. We are not the same. Hey, kudos to you.
Oh, that's very.
Beach sounds amazing.
Cancun?
Well, that's because the ground's been snow covered in zero.
Take me back to the Bahamas, please.
For the last 2 weeks.
Take me back to the Bahamas. That'd be amazing.
Drew, do you guys do something on Valentine's Day every year?
Yeah.
It's a regular?
Traditionally, it is it's more of a go out and have something to eat, have some sort of a celebration, to that standpoint, more than, because
it's such a low stakes one. I mean, we might be.
I don't know if it's
25% celebration.
It's not like high stakes where if we like there'll be times maybe where we hang out and then we go eat and it's fine. Like it doesn't need to be.
But you make a dinner reservation.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a huge thing. I don't think, but yeah.
Someone says their fiance and then went to Fazoli's last year. Valentine's Day. Unlimited breadsticks.
There we go.
I do think I will say this: if you're in a relationship that is not, if you're not married or if you're not engaged, I do think you have to. The expectation is for you to, there's not a single solitary chance you could make it work at Waffle House.
I like new experiences in my life.
If you're married, I think you have a much higher chance of going to Waffle House and having it be fun than if you're just in a relationship and it's a girlfriend or boyfriend and you're like, hey, let's go to Waffle House.
I'm just telling you right now.
I think that's no chance.
If, Alex, you're in a relationship and for 15 straight years, you guys just do the normal thing. You go to, Jay Gilbert's, or you go to some steakhousey place every year. Maybe it's a different one, but you go to something of that ilk every year for 15 straight years. You go to Waffle House once and then you're together another 15. You're together 30 years. I almost borderline guarantee the Valentine's dinner date you remember and discuss. I bet you discuss none of them. 0 of them later in your life and in your relationship. But I bet sure as hell you discussed that one time you went to Waffle House for Valentine's Day.
It's
worthy to have these weird shared connection points.
And she's going to her friend saying, can you believe that my husband or my, in this case, boyfriend or whatever it may be, if you're talking about they're not married, and you're saying, can you believe he took me to freaking Waffle House? Yeah, that was what he thought was good enough for Valentine's Day. I can see that whole conversation.
Which is why
I think earlier in the relationship.
Which is why early in the relationship you don't do it. If you've been married for 15 or 20 years,
someone says they'd be divorced by February 15th.
What, they just file the paperwork that night?
It's over. You better enjoy those waffles and hash browns. We're done.
Valentine's Day is like the #1 holiday.
Someone says, Drew, what if Dave and Buster's had a Valentine's Day special special for you and the wife.
Oh, I'm sure that there would be a way to have some fun. I think that, look, if it's just dinner, if it was just go to eat at Dave & Buster's, no, it wouldn't be it. But the fact that you can, have the games and it's like it's a date beyond just a dinner date.
Do you think though if you did that,
there's a greater chance that it does result in some pleasure? I'll be totally honest.
Do you think? What about
pay for that pleasure?
I'm more likely to. I'm less likely to have it actually going to Dave & Buster's. I'm more likely if we go to
Waffle House.
No,
or a nice restaurant.
To a nice restaurant.
Man, people over here just saying early in the relationship is the best time. They said
really?
It's not good enough for her to kick her down the road. Straight dome.
Not after Waffle House. After Waffle House.
Okay, Cody. If Gold said to is like a date his girlfriend for 3 months or whatever, hey, for Valentine's Day, let's go to Waffle House. I think there is no shot.
Early in a relationship, it should be low pressure though.
Yeah, I understand
every
that.
outing, every gift should not be like, what if I just top the next one off? Right?
I understand that, but I think you're still trying to. There's still a level of proof and expectation where if you've been married for 15 or 20 years, I think it's okay.
The top text is probably right. Valentine's is 80-90% new relationships,
which is why I think it matters more for if you're a girlfriend, boyfriend, no shot. You need to go to the steakhouse.
I've done that.
Someone says early in the relationship is the right time because if it's not good enough for her, kick her down the road.
Look, and again, I did go to Applebee's for the first date. I was in college. She was in college. I think there's levels to it.
In college is a little bit different.
I agree.
We just learned that Kramer's first date was at a Hooters.
Yeah, which is unbelievable. And then, hold on, peel back the curtain for a
second.
second.
With his wife.
Hold on, no, you have to fill in the context. We're out there talking to Kramer in the bullpen, then we're going to get a break. We're late for a break. We're out there. Kramer's talking about his wife, and he says, "Yeah, first date was at Hooters, and you and I were talking." And then Drew came up. I was like, "Oh, did you hear where Kramer went on his first date? Since you went to Applebee's, you'll find this to be interesting." And he goes, "Yeah, Hooters." And Drew's first response to Kramer about his wife. Drew goes,
Kramer's wife.
Drew goes, "Did she work there?"
I was just asking. I didn't find that to be disrespectful. I found it to be.
You were closer to working than her. You put on the damn outfit a week ago.
She just went to go get some wings with Kramer for her first date. And look,
also, did you see
ever after?
Someone's right. Did you see Twin Peaks filed for bankruptcy
yesterday? I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah. All right, up next, let's get to the 1 o'clock hour. Let's talk some Royals baseball. Also, the latest on Clay County, what they're saying about a stadium site maybe not happening there.
This is Cody and Gold on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan. Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with a trusted local professional with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like home. And that's exactly why we chose CertaPro Painting for all of our painting needs and why our friends and family have done the same. Each CertaPro painter is independently owned and operated right here in Kansas City. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice.
You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes videos like MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, and Best Bets. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
1 o'clock hour here on Cody and Gold. Don't forget, coming up at 2 o'clock today, as soon as we get off the air on The Drive, Eric Bieniemy will hold his media availability. Andy Reid had his earlier. Now Eric Bieniemy will have a chance to speak, so that'll be carried live here on your home for the Chiefs 96.5 The Fan. Seattle will actually be in studio a little early, hanging out with us around 1:50 or so, and then we'll be talking with him until we get to Eric Bieniemy's press conference. Perhaps we'll bring up the Waffle House thing again when Carrington
crossover.
Is people.
He apparently talked about it on a show yesterday.
That's what somebody on the text line was saying. So
we all have the internet. Sometimes we find the same stories.
We can discuss that with him as well. I'm thinking of having everybody hanging out. Don't forget, February 10th, the Chiefs off-season show. Bob, Dusty, C-Dot, Cody, myself, all in studio from 9 a.m. to 11, talking all things Chiefs off-season.
Last thing in the hanging out department, Alex and I also tonight, you might remember last Friday, we had Russ Mondry in the fan club. Drank some whiskey, hung out, drank some Manhattans. Thanks to Jay Rieger, we're actually going to be at Centric tonight. You can still register if you want for their KC Tech Summit. They're going to show people around the building, open Q&A with former students, some business leaders and stuff that work with Centric. It's going to have everything. You can see all the details up online at centric.com. But we're going to be hanging out there starting at 4 o'clock. We won't be there the whole time. It's 4 to 7, open house kind of forum. But we'll be there at least for a little bit. Ginny Matthews from the Wolf will be there as well. So if you want to hang out for a little bit, learn more about Centric or how you can start a new career in tech, we'll be there, at least hanging out for a little bit this afternoon.
CENTRIQ.com. Top of the website, you'll see the link to RSVP. All right, let's talk some Royals baseball and Jack Caglione, because yesterday we had JJ Piccolo on the show. We asked him about multiple players, and including Jack Caglione, and we all know last year the call-up at the time and the results, and there was certainly very, very, very high expectation from fans, from this show, from media in town, from the organization on what he was going to do. And I know they did not present it as an organization as he's here to save the day, but that was how it was perceived among a lot of fans. And he struggled, and I still think, for me, the expectation is very, very high. I'm curious where you guys are at on the text line. What are you expecting from Jack Caglione this year? Do you still have the same bar of what you thought he was going to be last March as you do now, or has it gone down? I think the biggest reason why that you could come up with for him having a better season, number one, naturally it's a 22-year-old, soon to be 23-year-old baseball player that in 1 year was drafted, got called up, went through multiple levels of the minors, got called up, learning everything it is to be a major league player, all that, the pressure, all that, all happened just and hit you at once. And now you had an offseason to reset a little bit. He clearly needs to work on some things with his swing, no doubt. He'll acknowledge that. The team acknowledged that.
And everything else.
Yeah, chase rate, all of that needs to be. And that chase rate is not a surprise. That was something they acknowledged when they drafted him. So I just think he's not going to have the same amount of pressure going in. I still think one day he can still be that special of a player and a guy that one day is in a home run derby, meaning like he's got that power. But I don't think for him he will have the same pressure on opening day as he had on the random day in St. Louis when we were there for his first appearance, making his debut.
Nowhere close to the amount of pressure. Now, here's what's saying. I'm not softening a ton my expectations this year. This year, I think he needs to hit 230 with a 300 on base and hit 35 home runs. He needs to hit a lot of home runs. I'm not saying he's got to fix all of his batting average and fix all of his on-base percentage in a single year, but this is where I'll just say, learn a lesson in history. And I don't remember who it was on the show. It wasn't me. I don't think it was you. But we at least, after his rookie season, had to kick around this idea of, do we need to eliminate the chance that Bobby Jr. could be a good baseball player but not be a superstar? And at the time, I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
We're just going to say he can't be a superstar because he had one mediocre rookie year? Because he did. He did have a mediocre rookie year. He had 254 with a 294 on-base percentage. He didn't have some, like, gangbusters year. He was fine. And people were like, well, he's never going to be Julio Rodriguez, who's also a great player, by the way. But he is one of the 5 best players in the sport. So before you and look, Bobby Witt Jr.'s season, although disappointing his rookie year, compared to who he is now, was way
also
better
completely
than Jack
different type of player. You're not trying to say that Cags is ever going to be in that category. You're just saying that
he
1
could
year
still
doesn't.
Be a great baseball player, and I'm not determining that after 57 baseball games.
Right.
It'd be insane to do that. So I do still have high expectations for Jack Caglione this year, but mostly in the power hitting department. I want the batting average up a little bit, the on-base percentage a little over 300, and 30 to 35 homers if he's an everyday player. I don't think that's putting too big of a number on him. I'm sorry. I've watched his power. They just moved the fences in even more. There's no he didn't need the fences moved in before. So, like, at least some of those deep fly balls, in which it seemed like he hit endless amounts of them last year because he hit a lot of fly balls. I think that there should still be expectation, but he's going to be hitting like 7th in the lineup. He's going to be below, because we can talk tomorrow about leadoff hitters. He's not going to be hitting leadoff. That'll be Isaac Collins, or they'll go back to India, or they'll have Mike Kell do it, who did it a big chunk of the year. They got options there, but he's not going to be hitting 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. He's going to be down the order, and that's going to give him ability and time to like work with this. Plus, I do think he can fix some of his problems in the offseason. The only thing I don't know is internally, I think there's some scouts who think it's big problems with the swing, and some people were like, nah, he's good. He's still a star. And J.J. Piccolo said something I think we should keep in mind. Had he played the entire year in the minors, Baseball America's rankings just came out of the minor leaguers. What do you think Jack Caglione would have been if he'd played his entire year in the minors? And it just continued close.
So right now, the number 1 prospect's Connor Griffin. Cags would either be 1 or 2.
Correct. He'd be the number 1 or number 2 prospect in all of the sport. And so, like, he's going to get a little bit of that pressure off, dipped his toe in the water. In the end, if he has a better season, I'm going to think that last year in figuring out where your flaws are helped him. And we'll see where it's at. Carter Jensen's a whole different thing, and I see people asking about him too, but I just start putting the ball over the fence, and a lot of this is going to be forgiven.
I can't get inside his mind. I just would not think about everything. I can't imagine as you graduate college, you get drafted, all the hype. On the personal end, I think he got engaged in the same year as well. You're traveling around different minor league cities. You got everybody starting to pay attention even more to where you're at. You got people saying you should already be called up. You continue to rake in the minors. You get called up. We were there for his debut. You know the fanfare that was around that. We certainly were hyping him up. Everybody was, for good reason, I still believe. And he didn't have the start that he wanted, certainly, and anybody expected him to have. And the pressure that you have to feel from that. Now you just go in. I would imagine you just have a clearer mind going into the season.
Can I, just as a reminder for what he did in the minors before he got called up, he played 28 games. He only played 38 games at AA Northwest Arkansas. He had 322, 394 on base. hit 9 home runs in those 38 games. Then he went up to AAA and hit 11 home runs in just 28 games, hit 357, 426 on base percentage, and a 1,132 OPS. They couldn't, and this goes back, they couldn't hold him back. He's also 6 years younger than the average major leaguer, right? So he's younger than most players. And like you said, he went from Florida to the bigs in a year. He was playing at Florida in 2024. He was playing in the big leagues in 2025. Some major league teams have accepted that and have started making those transitions faster. The Royals haven't. And I think that maybe this will slow down the next person who they take who could fly up the list.
It shouldn't, but you never know.
Agreed,
yeah,
it should.
Yeah.
I just still think, you want to make me actually make a statistical prediction on January 28th? I think he hits 240 with a 305 on base percentage and hits 31 homers. I think he'll have a fine year. And do you know how much better that is than what they got last year? I mean, it's night and day out of him and anyone else who played right field.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's able to do. And my guess is now the WBC is this year, so he'll be on Team Italy, so maybe this won't happen. Because based on what we saw in the minors, and I know spring training is big league talent, but my guess is if there wasn't for the WBC, we'd be sitting here saying, wow, he's destroying the baseball again in spring training.
Yeah.
And everybody overreacts one way or the other. You know how that goes with spring training. I mean, there will be, whether it's, I don't care, if it's Jonathan India has a great spring, people have the debate on whether or not, hey, I got to see it in the regular season or not.
Absolutely.
Whether it's Michael Garcia, let's say, has a bad spring. Should we panic? Hell no, we shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, spring training's a weird animal.
It's a liar a lot of times.
It's a weird animal.
And look, this is just where I disagree with the text line from the 913. I think Jack's upside is Joey Gallo. I think that's his floor. His floor is he turns into Joey Gallo. Joey Gallo hit less than 200 in his career.
Yeah, how's the Joey Gallo comp we've heard, and
but
that's fine.
208 home runs.
If you think he's going to long-term be Joey Gallo, fine, but there's no way you can say that's his upside.
That's his floor, I think.
Yeah, that might be who he is. I don't know. Maybe that is who he is. I hope not, but maybe that is who he is. But that you can't tell me that's his ceiling.
No.
After 58 games.
And even still,
that's in
Joey Gallo's third season at 23 years old, which is the age Jack Caglione will be when he makes his big league debut, having played 53 games. So, you want to talk about comps. Do you know what he did? He hit 209, which is not great, but he hit 41 homers and had 80 RBI. And I'll tell you right now, they'd take that out of the 7th spot tomorrow. They wouldn't even hesitate. And so, even if it is, they got some squeeze years out of Joey Gallo where he hit 41, 40, 22 home runs. Then he got hurt and hit then hit 38 again. So he went through 3 of 5 years hitting pretty much 40 home runs on average. Yeah, okay. If that's the floor, I don't think it's the ceiling. If that's the floor, I'll take it.
All right, let's get back to the stadium stuff. There was an update today. So we all know yesterday, 119th and Null site, no longer part of the picture for the Royals. We talked about that for much of the 4-hour show. This morning, the update was Clay County sent out a statement about the possibility of a North Kansas City stadium. And they confirmed, I think their original report was from the Kansas City Star, that the deadline for that possibility had lapsed earlier this month. Some of the statement from the Clay County Commission, it is mentioned for nearly 3 years, they held discussions with ownership of the Royals, including the potential relocation of the team to Clay County. Talked about over the course of the process, they developed what they were, in their mind, was a strong competitive proposal. Talking about the entertainment district. The part that's notable here is it says the most recent phase of negotiations was structured to align with the Royals' desired timeline, allowing a finalized proposal to be placed on the April ballot. Meeting that timeline would have required acceptance of Clay County's proposal by January 8th, thereby allowing sufficient time for public input and a formal vote by the commission to place the measure before voters. The Royals elected not to accept the county's proposal within that time frame. As a result, no proposal will be presented to the public for a vote this April. Went on to say, Clay County residents can be confident that their commission will always negotiate with their best interests at the top priority. The county did not and will not engage in a bidding competition with other jurisdictions.
So I read this, I think, slightly different than you, only because I still think there's a small chance that Kansas and Clay County could be involved.
Mm-hmm.
I read this as, and this is how Clay County tried to do it last year too. We want you. Come to Clay County. Here's all the numbers. Here's the deal. Just sign on the dotted line. Do it. Come on, come to Clay. Please, we're begging you. And the Royals are like, look, I got to be honest. We're still hoping to get with the supermodel, and this ain't going to work for us. Right? They're still holding out for greener pastures. And so the Clay County thing was always a back burner thing for them.
Oh, we agree
Clay
there.
County,
we agree there.
And Clay County was trying to force the issue. I still think this is very similar to we've talked about this with other coaching stuff too. I still think that if tomorrow the Royals said, you know what, we were wrong. We'll take your deal. Put it on paper. We'll sign it right now. They'd take him. I still think Clay County would take him. But it's clear that all the momentum is Washington Square Park. All of it. Every piece of the momentum. And they can't really leverage each other against each other because everybody knows at this point you want to be in Washington Square Park.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's down to downtown, and it feels like Washington Square Park is the preferred site right now. There's still a ton of hurdles to go through, I believe. I think you do as well. And we know there's going to be public noise against it as well, like there would be with any site. Let's not act like if they chose Clay County, Cody, that there wouldn't be people in North Kansas City fighting like hell for it not to happen as well. The same way there was opposition at 119th and Knoll. We would hear that at all the sites. It's not just going to be like this magical thing where suddenly everybody, it's some kumbaya moment where everybody has no disagreement with the site. And everybody just is cool with the public money and nobody has any disagreement. That's not going to ever happen. But I also think yesterday's news, I know you differ on this, but that's fine. Like, I think Kansas is done. I think Clay County is done unless everything fell through with Casey Moe. Yeah. And I think there's now, with the Chiefs gone, more momentum than ever for Jackson County, and Casey Moe in particular, to keep the Royals. What does that all look like? Everybody is still trying to figure that out. But the Washington Square Park site and the 119th and Knoll site were the only two sites in the last year and a half, really, that ever were seriously discussed.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Clay County didn't have a legitimate proposal. I totally think they did. I think they did their part. I still wonder the viability with that because of the tax base.
Could they have gotten the vote because the tax could have been a 1%?
Same thing. Public vote would have been required there. So I don't know. We may never find that out because they might end up just going to Casey Moe anyway, or staying in Casey Moe with a downtown ballpark. But it's just clearly there's momentum one way because in 48 hours we've had
at Washington Square Park.
In 48 hours we've had the initial report about the Casey Port Authority. Then it went to 119th and Knoll. The Royals did not have to confirm they were done with that site, but they chose to. Yeah, sure. They could have just let it no comment. No, they confirmed 119th and Knoll. We're not considering anymore. Clay County. It makes sense at this point, the report that the deadline passed. They confirmed, yeah, the deadline did pass. So it is all just pointing towards something happening. Now, do I think it's happening in the next 3 weeks? No, absolutely not. I mean, no chance.
I thought you were going to say next 48 hours.
No. Does it happen before opening day? I don't know. I would lean no just because of everything that's happened, but I don't think it's a 0% chance.
Well, I don't know. It was like a month ago. Drew, what was the deadline I set then? Was it like June? June 1st or something?
Drew and I took the under on June.
Would you still take the under on June?
Yeah.
Because the part of your reasoning there had to be that the 119th site at least seemed like it was plausible.
I still think it's under June because they need to get with the program at this point. They need to get.
I mean, this would be like you'd been
They have to get with it. Like if you want to stay, you got to get with it now.
This would be like you've been with like someone for 15 years and like, hey, are you thinking about proposing? Like, just want to make sure.
At some point, he never is proposing.
And eventually they'll leave it. Which is, that analogy actually, if they mess around long enough.
Not going to get you that ring
If
ever.
you mess around long enough, then as we talked about yesterday, the percentage went up a tick.
Yeah, it's a tiny percentage still.
But the longer we wait, the percentage just keeps on increasing.
It's crazy to me. And look, I think that again, Clay County's was trying to put pressure, not today, but was trying to put pressure on the Royals to just accept their deal, get on a ballot, and try to move forward the state.
Well, they wanted to find out if they were serious.
Yeah. And the answer was no, they weren't. Yeah. And so like the relationship test was on, and they failed it. Right, in that regard. The 119th one, I still think it's twofold. I think one is that the Chiefs swooped in and it kind of muddied up their deal and it made it harder. But I also think the blowback from the entire area not wanting it. So as much as we can say like the economics make sense there, the area didn't want it. Nobody who lived in 119th apparently wanted that stadium there. And so I know that. I'm just talking about,
you know, whether it's downtown or whatever. Well, no, I mean just like the vocal mind, like that the opposition is always louder. We all just saw this play out with numerous things.
But I think in this case, there was more blowback and pushback than they were anticipating from the general area. Yeah. I also just never thought that site really made sense. Washington Square Park makes more sense to me. And then there's the whole economics part. They build a new stadium. They have some stuff around the new stadium. They're going to make more money. And so if they make more money, ideally that will go into the team. Based on the percentage of their revenue that they spend on payroll now, they have, over the last 2 years, been one of the 10 best teams in the league at spending a higher percentage of their revenue. So do I think if they make more, they'll spend more? I'm optimistic they will. Not 100% by any means, but I'm optimistic they will. The only thing I'm sure of in this entire thing, and I said this after the Chiefs won, the only thing I'm sure of in this entire Royals thing is that it won't be at Kauffman. That's the only thing I would tell you with any certainty. Not Kansas Clay, I wouldn't rule out anything. The only thing I'd rule out is they're not going to play Kauffman Stadium. It's the only one I'm like 99.9%.
Kauffman's a non-starter.
Yeah.
It's a non-starter. They made that very, very clear.
I think there's some people who love Kauffman Gold.
Sure.
That
Kauffman's,
are like
we all have memories there. That's kind of a similar conversation we've had with, to a certain extent, and Arrowhead is a little bit different, but you get the memories, right? Everybody brings up memories.
I actually
and
think
all
Kauffman's
that.
a better building stadium than Arrowhead is. Not an atmosphere one, but from an enjoyment of the stadium.
Aesthetics?
Yeah, aesthetics.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Not atmosphere, I understand, but
Yeah, no, Kauffman is great. It's extremely outdated, though, for 2026 baseball.
Yeah.
But we're also, what you're used to, you're comfortable with. Because we just talk about, I hate continuing to make comparisons across sports stuff, but Mike McCarthy, it's very comfortable just to hire him if you're the Steelers.
Sure
it's not risky. You're fine with it. It's all you know. It's kind of like the same thing you've had for a while. Kauffman Stadium, we're comfortable with Kauffman. We're used to it. People hate change. It goes back to the airport stuff as well. Everybody was comfortable just rolling right up to old KCI and boom, you're there. Now it's like, oh my gosh, I might have to walk an extra few steps, and I might have to spend an extra 5 minutes through security now.
I love having the new airport.
The new airport, I think, is sensational. I love it.
It's great. Somebody earlier in the text line asked, it's been a long time since we specifically stated this rather than just state that had always been our preference. Somebody earlier said, hey, it's been a while. Can you explain to me why it is you want downtown baseball?
Yeah.
Rather than you and I have just made it clear that has always been our preference from pretty much day one. So there's a couple of things. One is this idea that versus the stadiums they have now is immediately, and this is not related to just downtown, but any immediate new stadium allows you the ability to do other things in attendance with the baseball game. I can go somewhere else. I can go out with people. I can be in the area in which the game's taking place, even if I'm not at the game itself. It allows for a more social environment around the game that's not just around the game itself. I also think, specifically in Kansas City, mind you, I think and this doesn't apply to every suburb. Kansas City's downtown is, I think, in all the big cities I've been to, uniquely centered. Like, if you live in Blue Springs, you're 25 minutes of downtown. If you live at the airport, you're 25 minutes of downtown. If you live where Alex lives, 25 minutes of downtown. I think it is uniquely centrally located in this city circle. It is in the middle. And so, I think that there's an advantage in that. And I just think baseball feels like it's supposed to be a downtown sport with walk-up and people and office buildings. There's just an energy to it for me.
I'm with you on the game day aspect. Now, I know for a fact there are people listening that say, I don't care about that. I just want I go to a game and I'm done. I think because we've seen that. I think there are some people that say, I don't go to a baseball game to go to a bar after. I've seen that response from people, and that's a fair opinion that anybody wants to have. But if you've been to a downtown ballpark in any other cities, I do think a Saturday afternoon, it's 75 and sunny. It's a 6:15 or 6:10 start time. You get down there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're hanging with friends. There also happens to be I don't know. Maybe it's late early in the fall. It's college football Saturday, but there's also a Royals baseball game that night. Yeah. So you're at the bar across the street in the ballpark district, and you're watching KU or K-State or MU play with your buddies, and you're having some drinks, and you're having a great time. And then the game's over, and it's 5:45 or 5:50, and you're walking across the street. Now you're going to the ballpark, and you're watching a Royals game. It's also still a beautiful night. Think about that in the fall. That's the dream. That's what I want, and that's what I've experienced in other cities.
Yeah, I just like that appeal.
Even to a lesser extent, I know Indianapolis doesn't have an MLB team, but they have a AAA team that is in downtown. And hypothetically speaking, they have a night game. You can go during the summertime. There'd be days where we would go to the zoo, which is within walking distance of the stadium, hang out at the zoo for a day. Hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and go to the ballpark afterwards, and then you go. Being within something, some other activity where you can make a full day out of it, like you would a Chiefs game essentially, but do it in a unique way for a baseball game is definitely a fun day to have.
And look, I get
during the summertime.
Someone said, try that scenario, but with a family of 5. Yeah, you probably go broke. I'm not
Well, nobody's saying you have to do that.
No, and you and
I will say, though, to the point about the family, and you disagree with me on this, and that's fine. We don't have to get into a heated debate here, but I do think there are a lot of people, if you're a family of 5 on a Tuesday night, are you more likely to go to a game at 119th and Knoll than downtown KC Mo? And I feel fairly confident that people are more likely to take their family to 119th and Knoll on a Tuesday night than they are to downtown Kansas City. I do believe that. You may disagree, and that's fine, but I firmly am confident in saying that, based off of where the ticket holder base has been. And people get all upset when we mention that Johnson County might have had a higher percentage of people that went to Royals games than Jackson County. And God forbid people think we're making up numbers, but I'm just telling you, some of those numbers are real. And so that to me is one of the draws that people did have on the 119th and Northside. I'm with you. I want downtown baseball. But I do know there are families in town that are more likely to go on a Tuesday night to the suburbs than they are to downtown Kansas City, Missouri.
There's probably some truth in that. But this goes back to like some of the stuff that, I just think come up. Like there are like 5 things that come up in every stadium project, every city project that's ever existed. And it's always traffic, parking, crime. And you're like, okay. And so like for those 3, it's like
traffic sucks everywhere.
I just get tired of like those 3 conversations. I'm not even saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just like for those 3 things, it's like it'll be fine. But I don't disagree with you that there is certainly whatever the numbers are, 50% of Johnson County are the season ticket holders, and the rest of 50% is made up in the rest of the part of county. And so, and this goes back, and like I don't want to get into these big, longer conversations about urban sprawl or anything else either. It's exhausting.
All right, we're going to get a break in here. When we come back, we will play some of what Ross Tucker had to tell us earlier. We got into the Bill Belichick snub for first ballot Hall of Fame berth there with Canton, Ohio. Plus, we're expected to hear from Eric Bieniemy. Carrington's going to join us in studio towards the end of the show as well as we hand things off to the drive. So that's all coming up right here on Cody and Gold.
You're listening to Cody and Gold, brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com. Tune in for the Fan Club every Friday at 1, right here on 96.5 The Fan.
The big game is here, and it's time to elevate your game with Circa Sports. Dane Hughes here, and Circa Sports isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. The big game requires a big betting menu, and Circa Sports has you covered. From player props to game scenarios, Circa Sports has it all, including our fan favorite Circa Squares menu. Instead of picking your big game squares randomly, choose your numbers and place your bets. Download your new bookie today and visit circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Back here on Cody and Gold, coming up in 30 minutes, Eric Bieniemy expected to address the media. Andy Reid did that earlier in the week. Eric Bieniemy, now the new offensive coordinator, as you guys know. The Chiefs, he will talk coming up at 2 right here on your home for the Chiefs, 96.5 The Fan. CDOT's going to join us in studio here in about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll chat with him a little bit before we hand things out over to Arrowhead, and then the drive will pick it up after that as well. And as Cody said, hope to see some of you guys out at Centric later on tonight from 4 to 7. Their KC Career Tech Summit that's going on out there. If you've heard us talk about Centric, you're not aware of the facility, what it is. You can hear from some leaders in the area that are involved in IT, some students that have gone through the program. We'll be hanging out this afternoon starting at 4 over at Centric. But earlier today, we had Ross Tucker join us. Ross Tucker, NFL, our Odyssey NFL insider. And we started the conversation talking about really what has been the news nationally today is Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Remember, we were not even supposed to know this today. That doesn't happen until next week. But there was a leak, and we find out that 11 people at least said, hey, not good enough perhaps to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. For what reasons? We can all speculate. I think that cheating had something to do with it, but here's what Ross Tucker had to say when I said, hey, man, let's acknowledge that Hall of Fame voting processes are a problem. Bill Belichick should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but also maybe some people had issue with the cheating.
I think everything you just said is fair. I agree with everything you just said. Now, the transparency thing is interesting because people are almost religious about how much they love their favorite players ever for their favorite teams. So look at like the 15 modern era finalists, right? Even if you pick 5 other guys who are very deserving, I'm just telling you, the fans of the other 10 guys that don't get in, if it was public and transparent, they would be nonstop roasting you and saying, you know, social media, like I've seen it. So I can see the concern about releasing everybody's votes. I get that part of it. Probably still would be better if they did, but I understand that part of it. I also did some digging on this because it was such a big topic last night, and I wanted to be able to speak intelligently about it on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast and here, you know, and everywhere, right? So a couple things need to be noted from the people I spoke to, including some Hall of Fame voters. The process is a little bit strange in that you get it down to 15 finalists for the modern era candidates who have all last played within 15 years, blah, blah, blah. They're in a whole separate category. Then there's a category where they put 3 categories together. One is coach, 1 contributor, and then 3 of the seniors committee candidates, which this year is Kenny Anderson, L.C. Greenwood, and Roger Craig. You can only vote for 3 out of those 5. And so, you know, some of these voters take it really seriously, and they've been trying to get Kenny Anderson into the Hall of Fame for like decades, you know, or L.C. Greenwood. So they're voting for that guy. And then they might even sit there and think, well, Belichick's going to get in, so I'm not going to waste my vote on him. He's definitely getting in. And then they want to use their vote on someone else. Now, we all know the way Belichick was. And the reality is how you treat people in life matters. And I'm quite sure some of the people didn't vote for him, probably didn't vote for him because he was a jerk to them.
and they didn't like it. And this is their way to get back at him. I think some of them, probably at least a couple, want to make him wait a year because of the 2 cheating scandals. I mean, everybody has their own reason. Somebody even did point out that in 11 years as a head coach in the NFL, without Tom Brady as his quarterback, he won 1 playoff game. So I thought that was interesting. I mean, everybody, I think, agrees he's a Hall of Famer, and I think he's pretty clearly deserving of being on the first ballot. But those were some of the things I heard. So you combine all those things I just mentioned, and somehow you get 11 people not putting him down as one of their 3 votes.
This might be a question later for him, obviously, when you get there. How much do you think the legacy stuff matters to Belichick? Like, do you think he'd be deeply hurt by not being in the first ballot, knowing that he will eventually be in the Hall of Fame?
I would say I'm not aware of a human being on planet Earth that cares more about their legacy and the Pro Football Hall of Fame and how they're perceived for decades to come than Bill Belichick.
Okay, so this is a big deal for him personally.
You ever notice how every single year when they won the Super Bowl, it just so happens the NFL Films cameras were there all year?
Yeah.
He understands the history of the game, and he understands the NFL film stuff lives on in posterity. He cares a lot about it, which is one reason why he's been trying so hard to be a head coach again in the NFL, is because I think he wanted to break Don Shula's record. I think that really, really mattered to him. I think he now knows that that's not going to happen, but he certainly wanted it to. He certainly wanted to break it because he wanted that record. He wants all the records. He wants everything. So he's probably very disappointed by this. However, it's kind of made him into a martyr, It's kind of made him like a sympathetic figure, and he's going to get in next year anyway. So on some level, he benefits from it.
What do you think this does for like Tom Brady? Because of all this backlash, they're all just going to put Brady in anyway, right? Because he was a part of those scandals, not the same way, not the Spygate one as much. And I thought Deflategate was, honestly, way overblown. Spygate, I think that's a real cheating, and I think that's a real problem. Deflategate, I move on from that, I guess. I don't really care. But what do you think this does for Tom Brady when he eventually gets up?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they just put him in on first ballot, don't even discuss it, because it's a different process. The process is 5 players, and they won't even waste time talking about it. I mean, especially with the Super Bowl in Tampa, I'd be surprised if the conversation around Tom Brady was even 2 minutes long, because it's different.
Yeah.
It's not like comparing Brady to coaches or to other contributors. It's comparing Brady to other players, and they're not going to vote in other players that clearly are not to Tom Brady's standing. And by the way, now that they've done this with Belichick, now they're really not going to stiff Brady.
I agree. No, I totally agree. We're talking to Ross Tucker here on 96.5, the Fan, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, at Ross Tucker NFL on social. We got news this morning that the Cleveland Browns have finally found someone willing to take their head coaching gig. Todd Monken going to be the head coach there. It sounds like Jim Schwartz is going to stay on as the defensive coordinator. Your reaction to the last week of that search, the reports about guys stepping away from their interests there due to ownership perhaps in the process, and then now it's Todd Monken who gets an opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL.
I'm thrilled for him. I think he's a great dude. I think he's an awesome football coach. I mean, they won the 2 national championships at Georgia. So we had Stetson Bennett out there doing his thing. Not like Stetson Bennett, some unbelievable NFL player. Then he goes to Baltimore, and immediately, they're 14-2 or whatever, and Lamar wins the MVP, and they tear the league up, and it's the best we've ever seen Lamar throw the ball. Might have even been better, in 2024. Obviously, this year was a little bit different. I mean, I think he's a really good coach. and I'm really glad he's getting this opportunity. I think he's deserving of it. I think he'll do well with it. You know, it's not a sexy hire because maybe he doesn't have a good enough agent. I don't know. You know, he's not one of the hot names or whatever. I think he's just a darn good football coach, an awesome dude. I think he'll do a good job.
I mean, obviously, because they've got no quarterback, they're in a tough spot anyway. Because they're not going to go Sanders next year, are they? They're just going to go back to the draft?
No, they'll bring in somebody else to compete with Shador.
Some random
and
vet.
then they'll bring in some veteran, Mac Jones or whatever. I don't know, maybe even like a Kyler Murray. You know, I don't know. They'll bring somebody in, but also say that guy has to compete with Shador and let whoever's the better person play. And I bet you Monken will get whoever it is to play better than they ever have.
Because Monken's no longer going to be the OC in New York, where he was expected to go follow Harbaugh. You think that's a landing spot for Matt Nagy? We found it interesting that people haven't been banging down the door to have him be the OC, even though half the jobs are open in the league. And we still feel like he's got to find an actual place to succeed. Maybe Philadelphia's on the table. They can't get anybody who wants to take that job either. But like New York feels like, I mean, I can't imagine a better spot if I were Nagy to just look good immediately. Neighbors back, Scattaboo, Dart, I can make that look good.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means. Like in Philly, can't find someone to take that job. Have they offered it to anybody? You know, like
yeah, I guess, but it just seems like everyone keeps pulling their name from it. It's a bit awkward.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That is like me. That's like me saying I'm running for president, and then a week later saying, you know what, I'm gonna pull my name out. You know why? Because I have no chance of getting elected. You know, if they didn't want the job, those guys wouldn't have interviewed in the first place. Most of them have their agent say, "Yo, you're not gonna get this. You should pull out. You should withdraw your name." That part of it's comical to me.
Do you think that's a hard job?
Like,
I guess is it a hard job to look good in?
It is definitely a hard job, but I think the benefits could be significant. You know, other guys will tell you, you know what a hard job is? Coaching bad players. You know?
That's way harder.
I mean, if you're in Philly, you're coaching good players. Now, are the expectations and the standards really high? Yeah. Is it a unforgiving local media and fan base? Yeah. However, if you go in there, you know, they were not very good on offense last year. So if you get them to be better on offense this year, you're going to get all the credit for it because it's going to be pretty much the same players, and you're going to get all the credit for it, and they'll probably be really good again, and you'll be set up to be a head coach like Shane Steichen or Kellen Moore or whoever.
We're talking to Ross Tucker here on 96.5 The Fan. I know next week we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Super Bowl, but now that we know it's going to be Patriots with Drake May taking on Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, what did you make of what we saw from both teams last week? Because, you know, Sam Darnold answered any questions that were still out there about him. I mean, it wasn't just the defense carrying him in that performance. Sam Darnold had a career day and got it done.
So I'm thrilled for Sam Darnold. He's a fellow member of the 5-team club with me. It's a very, very esteemed class. And so, you know, to be on your 5th team and finally win a playoff game, and then now you're going to the Super Bowl. He played awesome, too. It wasn't like he was just along for the ride. He played awesome. They needed him to play awesome to win the game. Their defense couldn't slow down Stafford. Everything about it's terrific. I'm thrilled for him. I think they have the best team. I think they deserve to win it. It's an incredible, incredible story because I don't think anybody would have expected this at all before the year from either one of these teams. It kind of makes it cool.
It is kind of like, yeah, in a lot of ways, it's like I find it interesting because it's one of the better stories maybe in NFL history because it's like you follow his career. It's not just that it went bad in New York. It's that he was just like backing up in Carolina and backing it. Like, I mean, he didn't get a starting jump to Minnesota and he did great there. And even they didn't want him. Like, it's just kind of funky to look it through and then see him in the Super Bowl. Plus, I don't know, like this is just the normal fandom stuff, Ross, that maybe you've avoided because you played. But it's like, Patriots had success recently enough. I can't root for them in this game.
1,000%. Oh, no, I totally get that. I don't want the Patriots to win because they're fans. They're annoying, and I played up there, I mean, I'd be thrilled for Vrabel and some of the guys I know on the team and some of the assistant coaches, but I don't know. Just feels like the Seattle fans are a nicer group, and they've had to wait longer to be good again than the Patriots, who just came off that incredible run. I don't know, even things out for the whole Malcolm Butler play.
No kidding. Yeah, how many times next week? I'm assuming you're going to Radio Row next week. We won't be out there for obvious reasons, but I'm guessing the Malcolm Butler, they should have him doing interviews all week long. That'd be great.
Oh, I'm sure he will be. I'm sure we're going to see that play a zillion times next week.
Ross Tucker with us earlier today on Cody and Gold. Up next, CDOT's going to join us a little bit. We'll wrap things up, and we're expected to hear from Eric Bieniemy. He's going to hold a media briefing at 2 o'clock right here on 96.5 The Fan.
This is Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Cody and Gold, weekdays 10 to 2, right here on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Heartland Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health. Thousands of men have been successfully treated for low T, ED, and more, all with discretion and compassion. Make your appointment at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Well, it's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one final kickoff, your final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is the 60th Super Bowl, and FanDuel is making sure that you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, maybe you're riding with the underdog, or you're building that last same-game parlay. So whether you're betting the spread, who's going to win MVP, or who you think's going to find the end zone, FanDuel's got you covered for this year's Super Bowl. Make it count, because after the Super Bowl, it's done. Finito. So it's your last call for football this season on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. And visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook and the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawal bonus. Bank 7 Street. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
When it was time to paint the inside of our home, we made one call, and that was the Certa Pro Painters, and the experience was amazing. They took all the stress about the job away from me, and they'll do the same for you. And now's the time to get that painting project completed that you've been putting off. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in Kansas City. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose Certa Pro Painters.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file with 100% accuracy for your maximum refund. Guaranteed. Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans if you have any questions along the way. File your federal return by February 8th for $22.99, and I'll help you get the refund you deserve. Take it from me, a talking calculator speaking to you through the speakers of wherever you are. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Back here on Cody and Gold, Alex Gold, Cody Tapp, Drew Nixon with you. Here in about 10 minutes, we are expected to head out to Arrowhead and hear from Eric Bieniemy. Of course, the drive coming up at 2 o'clock. We've got CDOT hanging out with us till EB's good to go. What's going on, man? We haven't had you in studio in a while. I know like earlier in the week you briefly came in and we were talking about something for like 2 minutes. I can't remember what that was on Monday.
I don't remember either.
I honestly forgot.
It was about Cody trying to help
UMKC last week, whatever it was. Yeah.
Are you still trying to do that?
I applied for the job.
Okay. Have you heard from anybody over there?
I've not heard from anybody.
Did you really do you think he's going to hear from
Who were
anybody?
the references, Cody, that you sent?
He's going to get a call back.
Who were the
Carrington?
references? Did you provide any references?
My standard resume has
NBA
references
Jam,
on it.
NBA Street, NBA 2K.
Pop a shot,
I didn't put anything on there. Before we get anything else, I want to say happy birthday to my grandpa. 96 today.
Wow.
96 years old.
That's awesome.
Bancroft Tab, 96.
That's incredible.
Do you think he calls Bill Polian young man?
I mean, must call everyone young man, right?
Bill
He was born in
Polian.
1930. He remembers wars and stuff.
Bill Polian is either the worst liar on planet Earth or he's way too old to be voting on this stuff anyway, based on his comment of telling one reporter he voted for Belichick, the other reporter, I can't recall two weeks ago if I voted for Belichick or not.
You did this on the show yesterday, so now I am curious. Alex and I are a little concerned that we're on the same page with this. What was your general stance on Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame?
I think we all have the same opinion. Bill Belichick should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. If you did not vote for Bill Belichick, I do think you should have your vote taken. But this is what
way too far. So we do disagree. Great.
Yeah, no, I think you should have your vote taken. But I will say this, though, and this is to me where I just wish more people had this stance. If you voted no for Bill Belichick and you now see it's this media witch hunt to try to figure it out, I would love for somebody to come out and say, this is why I didn't vote for Bill Belichick. Like, that's the part in all of this.
Sure.
I might strongly disagree with it, but if your stance is, because Bill Belichick has been so intertwined in this, I will not vote for somebody that I felt disrespected the integrity of the game. We all might yell at that person for 24 hours, but in the end, I will respect I didn't do this in secret. I didn't do this anonymously. I stood up. I said my no vote proudly and exactly why I voted no. I got respect for that, but this would be my thing and why I strongly disagree with whoever voted no is. If your stance is I voted no to teach him a lesson, but I plan on voting yes next year, to me, if you're voting no on Belichick now, you need to vote for no for Bill Belichick every single time he comes up there.
Yeah, that's where we differ on. Like, so a couple things. I agree with you on the voting process. I think whether it's the Baseball Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame, the voting process sucks for the Hall of Fame. It's not transparent whatsoever. And just like in baseball, there are certain players that get voted in because they were nice to the media, and there's some that they were rude, and so people have a vendetta, and that's ridiculous. You should have your vote taken away.
We all agree with that.
And I would have voted Bill Belichick first ballot Hall of Fame. My whole issue with the last 18, 24 hours or whatever of this entire media saga involving Bill Belichick has been everybody that is talking about, and you just did, so not you, but like for the most part, people that have all said this is it's the end of the world, it's the most ridiculous thing that's ever happened. Everybody just is like poo-pooing the cheating like it's not something that anybody could possibly ever consider. If you are someone that said, I didn't vote him first ballot because of cheating, I totally get it. And I do think it's a little bit different, Carrington. First ballot does carry more weight. If you're telling me that it's cut and dry, like you're either in or you're out, then why is everybody so worried about him not being a first ballot Hall of Famer? If it doesn't matter, if it's so cut and dry of like you're either in or out, then why does it matter that clearly first ballot Hall of Fame thing does matter?
No, first ballot Hall of Fame certainly matters. It is like you're already getting a gold jacket, but we just talk about you differently if the first time you get up. I think at least for me, I don't like the selective morality with it, and then I feel like we create these loopholes.
Cheating. What's the morality on this one?
Well, then if that's the case, then we shouldn't have a college football Hall of Fame because no coach should ever be inducted in the College Football Hall of Fame. You have all done things that we know openly circumvent the NCAA rules. Then how can you tell me Rick Pitino then is a Hall of Fame coach? That's what I mean. Like, and in baseball,
all these Hall of Fames have major problems.
I agree with you. And in baseball, you can't tell me that you voted for David Ortiz but voted against Manny Ramirez.
100%.
They're the exact same to me. So I think that's why when we say we are against
but
cheating,
Belichick's still getting in, Carrington. This is not his only shot. Oh my gosh. That would be the way people are acting today is, to me, the appropriate response if you told me this was Belichick's one shot and he's never getting in.
That part I agree with. But I guess back to what I said is, if your stance is I will never vote for Belichick, that is something I can support. I would disagree with you, but you are allowed to feel that way.
But why can't you punish someone? They cheated. They openly cheated the game. They were punished for cheating. Why can't you punish someone by saying, first ballot Hall of Famer means something, and you cheated, so you don't get that one? You got to still be a Hall of Famer. That means something too. You don't got to be first ballot. You cheated the game. Like, and again, I would have also voted for him, which sounds crazy, but like, I'm with Alex. I don't think it's crazy to say I'm allowed to vote differently because you're a cheater. Why is that so bad?
I'm with you. That part makes sense to me. Then I think right now, while we are trying to figure out the who is, the people that voted no stand up and
Absolutely.
say it. Because we are seeing everybody that is standing up and saying, "Hey, I do not agree with this. I voted for Bill Belichick."
Polling, so you can't remember.
If you saw Bill Belichick's name on the list and you just said, you know what, I'll wait on this one, then come out and say it.
Yeah.
And you just got to live with the 24-hour, 48-hour PR. We're all going to move it. We're all going to move on from this story. But this is the perfect time to have this story. We have no football this week. Right. The NBA doesn't really heat up until after the trade deadline. Like, right now, this is the story. If you felt strongly enough in your conviction to not vote for Bill Belichick because of what you just said, then go on Colin Cowherd tomorrow and explain why you didn't vote for Bill Belichick.
I don't disagree. And we weren't even supposed to find this out till next week at the NFL Honors anyway. Someone clearly leaked it once they knew what had transpired. So that's the second year they've had leaks. That's something they got to figure out on their own part anyway. Clearly the Hall of Fames are a mess.
Somebody doesn't like Bill Polian. Because you think about it, because I mean, the whole part in there is there's really two parts. It's the I didn't vote for Bill Belichick because of Spygate, Deflategate, whatever. Then there is the somebody in that room specifically said, "Hey, this is Bill Polian's fault." That's the real interesting part of this entire thing. Is it is not there was a collective of unnamed voters. It was this person has been going around like Frank Underwood whipping up the votes.
But he also didn't vote for these people though. So somehow, there's 10 other people, I guess. 10 other people that did not vote for Belichick as well, though. So it's not just Bill Polian.
It's weird because the way the system is designed, Terez Paylor could tell you this because he did this with T.O. The way the system is designed, that is how it works. It is supposed to be an open debate forum and a conversation about who is and why they deserve to be in it. And honestly, I think it'd be disingenuous to have that conversation and not bring up the cheating. I think if you're going to talk about Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame candidacy, you got to at least bring it up. And that's the whole other part. You know, the thing about Bill Polian, and we'd said it in the show, is if he had gone full 50 Cent and just had been like the all-time hater and just said, "Go Colts, screw him, he's a cheater," I'd have been like, "Yeah, Bill." I'd almost stood behind it. But because he went the coward's way out,
I would have respect for that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I agree with you fundamentally. We are allowed to be on opposite sides of the argument. But I am not ashamed of my side of the argument. If you voted no on Bill Belichick, it feels like right now you are ashamed that you voted no for Bill.
You're listening to KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City and Odyssey Station. Let's go out to Arrowhead and hear from Eric Bieniemy, the Chiefs' new offensive coordinator.
No, I'm not ignoring anybody else, but those are some familiar faces that I've seen. But first and foremost, I just want to thank the Chicago Bears organization. It was a great run, a great season. Thanking George McCaskey, the president, obviously the whole entire McCaskey family, the team president, Kevin Warren. I think a lot of people are familiar with the name Kevin Warren because he was once here, once upon a time. Ted Cruz also. I'd like to send a special shout out to Ryan Poles and the head coach, Ben Johnson. You talking about great people, a great organization, and it felt like home. And that was the beauty of it. It was real tough making this decision, but, it was an opportunity to come home, and it was like leaving home. But now, if Big Red ever picks up the phone, that's the only person that you'll say, "Hey, you know what? It may be time to return home," because he's given me this opportunity. But more than anything, it was very tough after exactly what we just went through. But more than anything, I'm fired up about this opportunity. I'm looking forward to it, and it's time to get back in the saddle. With that said, I'm all ears. Let's hit it.
Thank you, Coach. We'll start first with Sam McDowell. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey, Eric. How's it going?
What's going on, Sam? How you doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I'm just wondering, I got a couple things for you. I wonder, first of all, how much have you had a chance to maybe dig into what the Chiefs offense was last year? And if so, what were your impressions?
You know what? I really haven't had an opportunity to dig in and really study it like I want to. Every now and then I would pick up, a few ideas or a few plays here and there, but I really haven't had a chance to dig in like I want to. I'm going to spend this time doing that during this period just to figure out the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the indifferent. But I'm excited about the opportunity. Obviously, looking forward to getting back to work with some of these guys and ideally just getting reacclimated with the staff.
I don't want to just focus on the bad and the ugly on that, but I do wonder, and I think I know where the answer goes with this, but I'm still curious of your response of just your comfort level when you do see the bad and the ugly in your conversations with coaches about pointing out the flaws that you might see.
Well, I mean, that's why we get paid. We're coaches, right? It's our job to come up with answers. So we got to make sure that we can give solutions to the answers and making sure that that we resolve it. We got a great coaching staff, got great people. I feel like I'm back in with family, and so we all are very familiar with each other. So we'll sit down and figure everything out together.
We'll go next to Nate Taylor. Go ahead, Nate.
Hello, Eric. Good to see you. I have two questions as well.
Yes, sir.
My first is, I'm sure you heard Patrick's comments about wanting new ideas. From your perspective, in the past 3 years, how much do you think those experiences will help you get to maybe presenting new ideas, not only to Patrick, but Andy and the rest of the offensive staff?
I think it's always good because I've had an opportunity to learn a few things and obviously open up my mind just to how to view things from a different point of view, and it's great. But on top of that, we got to make sure that we're getting down to what is best for us when it's all said and done with. So yes, anybody can present an idea. But more importantly, we need to make sure, first and foremost, that we're taking a look at anything that we need to continue to improve it upon or continue working with and making sure that we're getting all the answers first with that and then just figure out what do we need to go from there. But it's day one. We'll figure all that out at some point in time. But I will say this, I'm fired up and excited just to have this opportunity to be in the building and just having these discussions.
And secondly, Eric, have you had a chance to talk to Patrick? Have you had a chance to talk to Travis? And just what is your, I guess, initial reactions of getting back and working with them, obviously, for next season?
You know what? I've had just a small minimum conversation with both, and they all have been great. But more than anything, it's just the excitement of just reuniting. It was just like when I came here, we came out here and we played them in the preseason. It was great seeing those guys, because I haven't seen them in years. And so it just feels good just to sit down and have conversations with guys. And to be honest, I have not talked any football or anything. It's just the excitement of just seeing each other, asking how they're doing, and making sure everything is good moving forward. But is the excitement high? Yes. Am I fired up? Yes. Do I respect the hell out of both those guys? Yes. So I'm looking forward to getting back in the grind and chopping wood with them.
We'll hear from Herbie Teope next. Herbie?
Coach, welcome back to Kansas City, man.
How we doing, Herbie? What's happening?
Hey, I'm doing well, thanks. I got two questions here. It's sort of a follow-up to what Nate asked you about offering that creative voice to this offense, but the opportunity to kind of spread your wings over the last few years as an offensive play caller in Washington and UCLA, how do you think that helped develop you to be more of a creative voice on the staff?
You know what? I think it's helped me in a number of ways because when you're doing it on your own, you got to find creative ways to implement a system. On top of that, you learn a lot about yourself, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because all ideas are not bad ideas. We just need to be receptive to them. And so just the dynamic of working with people, learning how to communicate and articulate in your plan and getting them to buy in. I think all that helps. And I think any experience that you've had, whether it's good or bad, it's all something that we can learn from. And so with that said, I've learned a lot over the years. I've learned a lot about myself, and I'm just excited, just to get started. And obviously today is day one, but I want to make sure day 2, 3, 4, and 5 that we hit the ground running, with all this excitement and all this energy that's being created.
You mentioned hitting the ground running, and this is my last question. Obviously, given your background coaching running backs, how involved do you see yourself as the offensive coordinator with energizing this run game?
Let me just say this. First and foremost, we obviously have a tremendous staff. And obviously, with Coach Reed, we're going to figure out what things that we need to do moving forward as far as making sure we're getting the right people in the building. But when it's all said and done, we're going to make sure that we can do the things that we do best. We have one of the better O-lineman coaches here in the industry, and Coach Heck. He does an outstanding job with those guys up front, and then just having an impact and just making sure that we're doing the things that we can do that's going to help us moving forward. So, yes, have I been exposed to a number of run schemes? Yes. All right. At the end of the day, we got to make sure that we're doing what is best for us moving forward. And I think that's just the general overall plan.
We'll go next to Nick Jacobs. Nick?
Yeah, and I'll have a follow-up, please. Eric, for you, whether it was Deshaun, Ron Rivera, Ben Johnson, or other coaches on staff, how did they help make you a better teacher to the players?
I think more than anything, just sitting down and having that discussion with them, because when you're working with people who's not familiar with what you do, it's basically you're selling your idea and your thoughts. Okay. You're selling that game plan to those coaches, getting them to buy in. And those are things that are not tough, but what it does, it gives you an opportunity to articulate your plan clear and just basically defining it and painting a picture for them so they can see it and see it how it comes to fruition and everything. And so that's one thing that I would say that has helped me moving forward. But more than anything, just the ability just to sit down and communicate with players as well, because every person, every player is different. Okay. It's all about still establishing the right relationships and getting to know the people that you're working with. If anything, I think over the years, you still want to spend that amount of time, but I think that's something that I can do even a much better job of is just getting to know the people. And on top of that, making sure that I'm establishing myself within the culture as well and just not blending in, but also making sure that I can be the right fit and implementing the things that I want to implement as well.
And then speaking of culture, you got to go to 3 different ones that were different than what you got to experience for over a decade in Kansas City. How did that kind of help you maybe appreciate some things here, but also be like, hey, if I get a chance in the future, I want to implement this?
Just what you said, I think it's exactly that. Because of the success, you always have a tendency of wanting to do it the way that you know it to be done. But on top of that, there's different ways to game plan everything. And I think more than anything, I just gained a diverse deal of wealth over the years from 3 good men who were head coaches that have an approach that, it's not bad. These are great ideas that I think that moving forward that, at some point in time can implement, as we move forward. I'm sorry. But it was a unique experience, a very unique experience. But on top of that, a very educating one as well.
We have time for just a couple more. We'll go next to Vahe Gregorian. Vahe?
Hey, Eric, welcome back.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, good. A couple things related to what you've been speaking about. When you say that about learning about yourself, I realize it's hard to sum this all up, but what do you feel like these last couple of years have made you learn about yourself? And then Kelsey, I'll just have one quick follow-up.
More than anything, you develop patience. You develop a broad view on things. It forces you to go back and maybe look at things a little bit different, all right, and how you approach everything. Because just because it worked here doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work somewhere else. And so you just want to make sure that you're fitting in, all right, within the environment that you're working with. And one thing, anybody can call plays, but you got to make sure that you are doing what is best for those players, all right, in that particular time, because the talent level may not equate to what you may have worked with in the past. But this talent level can do some things that are different. And that's one thing that you learn. And it's a valuable lesson because it's something that will help you, but it's humbling as well. But, it's very educating. And let me just say this. I lost my train of thought there. Excuse me. I got a lot of stuff on my mind. But I'm fired up about the opportunity of being here. But I'm sorry, my phone was buzzing. I apologize.
Not at all. Just the last part is simply, it's probably hard to describe this, but how much do you feel like you're the same person who left here versus how much you might feel like you're a bit different now?
Well, I'll say this. There's some things about me that have changed, but more than anything, EB is EB. We will still be disciplined in detail and everything and how we handle our business. There's a standard of performance. There's a standard of excellence that'll be expected. But on top of that, there's been a great deal of wealth that I've learned, through the good and through the bad. And the thing that I appreciate is just helped me to grow into this role and have this opportunity to be in this situation again. And thank you.
We'll go quickly to Matt Derrick. Matt?
Hey, Coach, it's good to see you again. Welcome
How
back
you
to
doing,
Kansas
Matt?
City.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
doing well. Hope you are as well. When you look back at your 5 years as offensive coordinator here, what stands out to you? What are the memories, and what do you feel like were the hallmarks of those 5 years of really sustained success that you had?
You know what? I think obviously there's a number of things that you can look back upon. Hell, you can look back at the first Super Bowl. Everybody always asks me the question, well, what was that deal about the Wasp play? What took place when we were mic'd up? People always ask me that question, and everybody wants to know, what type of guy Pat Mahomes is, or what makes Travis Kelce ticks. But here's the beauty of it. I think more than anything, it's just watching these guys grow over the years and just watching them become the men that they have become and watching their success from afar. That's what I'm proud of more than anything. Not the things that we've accomplished throughout that time, but the things that they have accomplished since then. Watching them grow as men, watching them become a family man. And I think more than anything, that's important because the relationships that you build, they'll outlast anything. And these young men, I'm just very proud of, and I'm just proud that I've had an opportunity to work with them.
We'll go to our final question here with Pete Sweeney. Pete?
Hey, Erica, congratulations. You mentioned that Big Red calls, when Big Red calls you pick up. I just was wondering if you could describe how this came about from your perspective. I know that you finished very recently with Chicago, but just how it all happened.
Well, to be quite honest, it just happened. We were playing in the playoffs, and unfortunately, we came up short. The next day, I get a phone call. Big Red is calling, and obviously, there was some tough conversations having with the head coach and with our players. But it was great having that opportunity to work in Chicago. Great having that opportunity to work with Coach Ben Johnson, who's a hell of a coach, who's going to have a great deal of success as well. And it was great having that opportunity to working with that organization. But having this opportunity to come back and be put in this chair with Coach Reed, that was just something that it's tough to pass upon, So with all that taking place, I'm excited. I'm fired up. It was one of them deals that happened fast, and I'm looking forward to it. I just drove in yesterday. I waited out the storm, so I'm here. Now I'm, going off a few hours of sleep, but more than anything, I'm just excited and fired up about the opportunity. I feel like a kid in a candy store. I don't know if you guys can hear the nervous energy in my voice. I'm just excitement.
Coach Bieniemy, we appreciate the time, and we're glad you got here safely in the weather. We'll let you get back to it.
All right. Thank you very much.
That was Eric Bieniemy. That was his introductory press conference at Arrowhead Stadium earlier today. You just heard the questions from the media. I took some notes. I thought he said a lot there if you were really reading in between the lines. I also think that there is a lot to take from what we just heard. Let's take a break here so we can keep the clock in order. We'll come right back and we'll start the show.